yeah, skate here.
Doth awaken.
This is the first piece of content that I've put up on the YouTube channel as well, as we are live streaming there as well. So a little bit of an update if you guys don't know, like where I've been. I got really, really sick. Lost about 55 pounds in 2 months. And so a large part of that time was sort of dealing with that and those issues. And I have been doing a lot of editing for other people in like the podcast league related space, as that has been something that I can do regardless of where my issues are at. So that's essentially where I've been. And the plan is to do more of my own content as well, for especially things like Vanguard and these sort of related topics, as if anything, just as a way to sort of up my editing skills and all of that stuff, to sort of be my kind of portfolio. But I have not played League since August, and there is not a single chance in the world that I will be playing another game of League, especially after everything that has been going on regarding Vanguard, which we'll get into. It's absolutely insane what Vanguard has been doing. Yeah, so regarding, let's get some 432 hertz music going on. So regarding little bit of my health issues and sort of how I've solved them, the safest medication for my issue has a very not insignificant chance to cause permanent brain damage, and it would only have a 17% chance of working over a year. So that was completely off at the table. And you might be looking at, hey, Yasuke, why do you have this pipe here? I have found that people with my issue often got it after they stopped smoking. And then their issues subsided after they started up again. And so took it as a shot, tried a couple cigars, and realized that that was heavily suppressing my symptoms and allowing me to actually live my life properly, which has been very nice. We'll be blowing smoke towards the camera, as that is where my ventilation shaft is to the air. So that is the little update there. No, this is pipe tobacco. Got it from pipesandcigars.com. It is entirely clay. It's a clay pipe. A lot of pipes, they have, you know, the nice piece right here, nice piece right here, nice piece right here, then boom, plastic tip. Not very fun at all. What is the condition? Ulcerative colitis. Often brought on by high levels of stress. And with me being somebody who's lived my life in a desert my entire life, going into a new environment, having new work, having new various different stresses, new food, new water, new air, new work. All of these things sort of compounded into, while I was feeling great about a lot of things, the physiological stress sort of started issues that snowballed pretty badly. So yeah, it's essentially an autoimmune issue. Yeah, a lot of the issues with cigarettes and the purported health issues for them, like you got 30 different chemicals in there, and you're also putting hot, very hot air through a plastic filter. So not only are you smoking a ton of different chemicals, but you're also smoking melted plastic. And like there's no equivalent sort of information on the idea that just pure, straight pipe tobacco has any of those issues. Yeah, it's a very nice vibe. I feel very Tolkien-esque. Yeah, I was doing cigars, but pipe tobacco fits me a lot better. I have ventilation, so it's going outside. It's just pipe tobacco. Hello, hello. I do have to pee. So it's just pipe tobacco, and it's something I'm using it for a medicinal purpose. It like literally medicinal, which is just crazy to think about. But I'd found that 2-to-1 CBD to THC edibles was helping my symptoms, but I did not like how those were making me feel. So just tobacco uh, helps my symptoms enough to where I don't need to be like mildly high all of the time, which is great. Just throughout the day. I usually do it outside, but I have a fan here and I have open window right there, so it is. Yo, we also have to show this. So, and not only is there the fan right there, but we have a large open window for the fan, and then there's also Sleepy Cat. You can't quite see him, but yes, there is a cat right there. Just walked up, and that's his favorite spot to sleep. Not only does he have shade and is able to see the outside world, but he can also see me at the same time. Very comfy cat. Whoops. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll go talk a little bit more about the little Vanguard. Cat guy under the cacti, indeed, indeed. Have the same socks as your microphone? Yes. Yes. I don't wear, like, the socks that I wear are 100% organic cotton with some elastic on the outside, so you're never actually touching plastic. And they're like white tube socks. But I either go barefoot everywhere or I wear some like grounding sandals. So unless I'm going to a formal dance, like I pretty much don't wear socks anymore. Formal dance or some kind of work site where I pretty much mandated to wear shoes, you know? Yeah, so I will be back in a second. Dear me. Yeah, I also have a HEPA air filter right here that's blowing air this way. A fan that's blowing air this way, so it's creating a sort of a draft to get the smoke out of the house. If it's what's it called? If the ground is hot, then wear the sandals, you know? But otherwise barefoot. In mornings, barefoot. carbonated water as well, high value. Organic wool or cotton, indeed. Need to get a turtleneck. I was wearing a turtleneck when I was out in Tennessee, and that was definitely my ideal dress-up vibe. Because all of I have one style right now, and it's these linen shirts with like linen shorts, and I just look like I'm always on vacation, like in the tropics. Even if it's in the middle of winter somewhere, I'm still looking like I'm on vacation. Food pick the cow. Got the cow, got the Vinci, and got my my family crest. Yeah, some nice wool. Maybe merino. Yeah, first little bit just to catch up. There's not many issues. I don't particularly inhale. I do a little bit. How much was the pipe? This pipe was $8. $8. Do I like Dota 2? I'm sure that I would have liked Dota 2 if I had gotten into it. But I have no interest in getting into it now. Like, one is that just so many of the similar reasons about why I quit League would still apply to Dota. And it's not like FPS games. Pipesandcigars.com. It's a German clay pipe. Full clay, no plastic. I either get cows from a local butcher or get real cheap deals from the local Kroger affiliated stores. One of the most common meals that I've been having right now is taking half frozen sirloin, lean cut, slicing it into very thin slices, and then soaking it and cooking it in lime juice. Like cooking it in lime juice. And then mixing up some onions and some jalapenos, garlic, and stuff in that, and just eating that cold. It's a very nice meal. Yeah, I like lime juice. Yeah, it's like ceviche, or there's a Vietnamese dish that's also very similar to that. Hello, Mr. Bravo. Yeah, we'll get into Vanguard in a little bit. I mean, yeah, obviously, who doesn't like Korean barbecue? Yeah, so Vanguard X LOL. So while I'm going to be going over a lot in this stream is not going to be the basis for an edited video, which is going to be coming out. This is me just kind of spitballing a lot of things that I have and organizing my thoughts. And then I'll be off stream recording a specific video about this topic. I mean, yeah, good luck. Minus 5k. The only game that I've been interested in is Dark and Darker. Just a game that is made by people who don't hate you and like respects a lot about you, and I really do sort of appreciate the devs and what they're doing. Very good game. While I do like the idea of playing Tryndamere, it's not something that I can. All of the other things about League make it to where it's just untenable. Whereas, I mean, yeah, like the idea of Tryndamere is still great. But I also don't have to actually play League solo queue myself to see that. Like for an example, Step 1v9 on Twitch has been doing a lot of the similar things, and I've been like sort of in contact with him and doing a lot of very similar things to me with League. That really he's kind of the person taking up the mantle for a lot of the things that I've done, which is great to see. Like MOBAs are a genre that's a one and done. People only overwhelmingly have one MOBA that they stick to, and then they don't play other MOBAs. Like they barely even play other games when you're in a MOBA. MOBAs are a lifestyle; they're not a game to most people. And like, if you're a Counter-Strike player, you can easily swap over to Valorant. If you're a Valorant player, you can easily swap over to Counter-Strike. You could play COD, you can play Escape from Tarkov, you can play all these games, and they're very easy to sort of commingle with each other. Whereas for me to get vaguely competent with Dota, it would require such a massive time investment that, like, before I could even barely vaguely feel like I'm playing the game properly. Yes. Whereas you can't get that with other games. Yeah, Smite 2 is definitely a thing. But that's also like people who have quit League throughout the years, they don't go over to another MOBA. Like League is pretty much kind of their one and done. There are some people who might go to Dota, there are some people who might go over to Smite, but people are going from this game to that game and they're going all over the place. Like League was a game that brought people from so many different areas of interest, and you're not going to have one game that everybody else goes to. Whereas with Tarkov probably going to be dying, people will go over to whatever the next polished first-person extraction shooter is. Yeah. So we'll explain that. We'll go into our dive in Vanguard soon. And functionally explaining how different Vanguard is from other anti-cheats. Soda stream water, indeed. A little carbonation machine. And we have a CO2 tank here that's like this tall and like this thick. There's one of those giant CO2 tanks that are like commercial grade that you would have at like a restaurant. Have one of those with a little soda stream type thing intact, a little glass bottle. Very nice. Like put a little lime juice in here, maybe some honey, a little bit of salts, and then you're good. Yes. A lot of people with very powerful rigs who, even if they're getting everything to work, have like experiences with choppiness and all of these sort of various different issues. A little based. Yeah, but it's fine to be against anti-cheats, kernel level anti-cheats in general, and then not be okay with Vanguard. Because Vanguard is fundamentally different from every other kernel level anti-cheat, and they're not comparable at all. There is no comparison from Vanguard to other ones, and we will explain why. But first, we are on YouTube and Twitch. So, let's talk about the article where they sort of talked about the Vanguard and League of Legends. And they announced Vanguard to come to League, and their ETA was 2 months ago. And they delayed their release by 2 months because, assumably, they couldn't really get any proper stuff with it. Link that video. They couldn't get everything sort of working. And so they delayed the Vanguard implementation into League for 2 months, and they still couldn't get basic compatibility checks to work, which caused people's computers to completely stop working. And this is also another thing that we'll get into. But the term bricked does not mean that something is broken beyond repair. That's something that's really important to notice. Bricked means that the computer is rendered unusable, which is different. Because that doesn't mean that there is no solution. That just means that there is no... that just means that without any help, it is not going to work. Oh yeah. So in this video that you sent me,
validity of this because I haven't seen.
Boom. Yo, sheep. All right, so this right here, right? In this video, wow. Well, look. It's little Yasuke in this video that you just linked for 0.3 seconds, which is yeah, this is my response to that. This is my response to that. Hey look, it's me. Yeah, so there are a lot of, we're gonna go over this article first, and then we'll go over some other various posts that they've made, and then do a lot more. So there are many things just in this article alone that are just straight up provable lies. And while there are some things that are things that we cannot prove are lies because we do not have access to the same information that they do, one really common thing with Riot is that they've been caught in a lot of straight up falsehoods and misrepresentations of data that have only been able to be proven when it's interacting with data that we also have access to. So if they've had many times to where they've lied about things when we have been able to prove it, what are the odds that they're telling the truth when they know for a fact that we as the public would never have a chance of actually proving them wrong? Go similar into the sort of Monte Cristo. When they banned his team, they made accusations and all this sort of proof. And then they just never gave him any proof about the claims that they were making. About things that just could not have, just logically could not have happened. They accused him of things and then just said, like, yeah, here's the ruling. We're not going to give you any proof, so there's no way you can fight back. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that it's just been very clear that the League subreddit and Riot are intrinsically connected. And there's no way to sort of untie those two figures as a concept. They made an unfalsifiable claim, indeed.
Must sleep but must support the state god's new war against the spyware rootkit Giga Trojan War.
Indeed. Yo, thank you, Light. Yes. I did install this for a little bit. Tried to play the multiplayer. Literally nobody on. I did enjoy Black Ops 3 multiplayer. Yes, we are on a crusade right now. And here's where we ride out. Alright, so, couple of things. First off, I'm not going to read this entire thing point by point by point. I have done Black Ops 3 modded zombies in the past. Just not what I'm doing right now. But, you know, there's potential interest there. So this entire post is written by somebody... Hello, Beerman's Den. Welcome. This entire post is written in such a condescending way of, like, this whole... It has this very kind of dismissive, Redditor-esque, like, 32-year-old single guy from San Francisco who's, like, really dismissive and thinks they're better than everybody. That kind of vibe is just super skimmed through this post. I'm manifesting today to talk to you about Vanguard. This material is now known to the state of California to cause bone lengthening and will not be on this semester's midterm. Like this entire
That
post.
is some good posture, man. Good posture.
Sign me up, Riot Yasuke Cow Jam.
Yep. Sign me up for the brick. Hello, Rich. Welcome. Riot lies? Yeah, no way. Like, Riot is legally obligated to lie about what Vanguard does. And we'll explain that in a bit, too. But they are fundamentally incapable of being honest about the thing that they do. Yes, there's very much a tone that has been perpetrated of this idea that if you have any issue with Vanguard, then you are a paranoid schizo conspiracy theorist or a cheater, or both. But I'll smash some weights, indeed. Enjoy. Yes, frame perfect Zeri kiting. Couple of things here. Yeah, so this is one big thing that is a misconception that a lot of people have on this issue. People have this idea that scripting became an issue related to the Riot source code leak that happened in the middle of last year. And even according to Riot's own data and my personal experience in high elo, scripting became an issue well over a year before that. The source code leak, as far as anybody can tell, has no relation to the increase in scripting. Scripting became an issue well before the source code leak. And if anything, you could say that that's an issue with how would I say this? It's a real convenient conflation to where they kind of have this idea of, oh, hey, we wouldn't have had to do this unless our source code got scripted. But, our hands are tied, so now we have to do this, is the kind of implication that Riot is doing nothing to correct. 5 gifted subs. Can't ARAM with e-girls out of fear. Thanks, China. Yeah, it's over. You can't even have your e-dating sim of Valorant. And now you can't have your e-dating sim of ARAM. Yes, LS, who had 2 PCs bricked. Reminder, bricked does not mean unusable beyond repair. It just means that something is rendered unusable. So if he has to go to great lengths of having a very high technical degree of knowledge to solve his issues, his computer is bricked. Yes, Valorant in NA is an e-dater sim. And probably in Britain too, because Britain in FPS games, not the most talent there. For broadcast talent, a lot. But in terms of actual players in Britain, the British culture does not lend itself to good shooters. Yeah, that also goes into just the dehumanization of the idea that, if anybody got their pre-C bricked, they're a cheater, so they deserve it. Absolutely insane. Where are my sub badges? My stake sub badges are gone. It's so cursed. Or it might just not be showing up on Chat Arena. Be fun COD, lads. Indeed. What are your ideal CODs? I played from COD 2 to... I think Modern Warfare 3 was the last one that I ever played. Can you host that image on a different site? I know that site is mostly legit, but can you rehost that on Imager? Missed you, David. Indeed. Black Ops 2 Zombies is peak? I disagree. I think Black Ops 1 was the best because it was the right balance between somewhat complex maps without being way too complicated. In terms of you functionally have to go to external guides to figure out how to properly get the game to be played, because you have to do, you know, a 1 hour Easter egg before you actually can get going with your full sort of setup game. Yeah, pure gameplay loop. Black Ops 1 was the best. Yeah, World of War Zombies modding was very, very good. Big scene with that. I do also have World of War on this computer. Yeah, COD 4 just had the best feel, honestly. Very, very good feeling game. But yeah, so back to this. One other concept is the idea that Vanguard will stop botted accounts. Two things is that there are probably about 100,000 at least accounts that are already botted and will not get banned by Vanguard. Also, in Valorant, there are already $2 ranked ready accounts that you can buy in Valorant. Valorant did not solve the botting problem. And that goes into a lot of things, is that so many people are single game players who have no information about other games and other communities. So whatever Riot says is just kind of something that's sort of taken at face value, and people don't have any reference of what things are like in other games. As an example, Valorant, game that was built up for esports from the ground up, does not have replays. The number one way in which you can verify that somebody is cheating is through replays. There is no way to know if somebody is doing wall hacks in Valorant unless you have replays. And this also goes into the thing, is like, there have been so many cheats, both internal and external cheats, in Vanguard or in Valorant for years. And there's been no issues with the sort of propagation of those. So it would be one thing if Vanguard was effective but intrusive. If it actually got rid of scripting entirely, then you could make an argument for the justification of having this as a thing. The problem is that there are still ways of very reliably getting past Vanguard that are being developed and will be developed. And at a certain point, the protections from Vanguard will be rendered useless, yet every single PC that has it will still have that. And they're still going to keep Vanguard even after there are cheats that bypass Vanguard, and then Vanguard becomes useless. The only way that you can have a functional cheat, anti-cheat, is server side. The hardware side of cheating has been lost. The types and the ability for scripting, there are ways that can completely bypass any type of hardware client side anti-cheat that there can be. All right, let's look at this. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. No reason why this would be a thing. Pretty easy to set up Mac VMs that are hide that they're running on a VM. Yeah, this is the thing, is that with them doing dropped on you yesterday. That's silly. That's silly. But yeah, so what's it called? Them not having any type of anti-cheat for their Mac software demands that they have alternative solutions for the Mac platform. which means that those alternative solutions could work for Windows, but they just choose not to. I feel like scripting is not a big enough issue anyway to justify such an intrusive app like Vanguard. Mobile players should be forced to spend a day queuing in FPS games, realize how small their cheating issue is. Yes, that is one thing, in that some of the easier cheats in FPS games are much more pervasive, and cheats in FPS games are instant wins. Cheating in League with script is not an instant win. In CS, if you have cheats, you're gonna approach like a 98% win rate. Scripters barely get above 70% win rate because that's just functionally how the game works. And you don't instantly shoot somebody in the head. There is no way of having sort of a sort of persistent level of that. But this goes into the thing is that there have been a lot more scripters in high elo in League for the past 2+ years. And this timeline is like roughly sincere. And I called it. I called it that Riot would be intentionally not banning cheaters for the purposes of justifying instituting Vanguard. And this goes into another thing that I'm not sure exactly. Let me find exactly where it is. Oh, what am I typing? Yeah, what am I looking for? You can't convince me that Vanguard isn't going to be overridden with false positives. We'll talk about that in a second, because Riot, they disagree with you. They 100% disagree with you. Let me also just turn down the music on OBS a little bit. Just want to have it be very, very lightly in the background. And also turn it down for me. Yes, there's this concept called legit cheating in FPS games where, you know, you only have information cheats. You might only have like a minimap hack or walls, and you're still playing gunplay the same. And those cheats are really, really hard to detect. It is on per sources that there are people who are playing in Valorant right under the VCT level. So at the top of online play, who use cheats. And play in all of these stream tournaments and do not get hacked. Or do not get banned. I have to use the restroom again. BRB. Yes, so there are cheats in Valorant that are able to go undetected on the semi-pro level. And even including LANs. There have been LANs where people have been cheating, and they only get caught because of sort of unrelated means to the idea of whether or not they're cheating. Yes, this goes into the point that Thorin had about I forgot what player it is, but Thorin always talks about this, where there's a player where he specifically says, I think he was cheating. Because there's no way to conclusively prove that that player was cheating. Yes, I think Flusha was cheating. But yeah, there are... boop, 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 boop. There are cheats in Valorant, right? Where they're very simple trigger bots. And these are things that can be put into mouse drivers. And went undetected for the longest time. I'm not sure if they're still undetected. There might have been something in the past week that got rid of them. But so here's a little thing right here. All it does is that as this goes over the person, boom, instant shoot. Goes over the head, shoots. Shoots, shoots, shoots. And those are very simple cheats that a Vanguard would have no way of actually being able to detect that. Yes, but, you know, I think Flusha was cheating. Yes, so this also goes into another point that we'll get into about... yes, Flusha, Jason, thank you. Yeah, there were maps to where even Pack-a-Punch was gated behind, you know, an hour of the exact same Easter egg. So, this... yeah, a lot of this data, this is from the same people who claimed that item diversity went up due to mythic items, while they included Earth data into the data that they were using. I did see that. It's very interesting. We might play some D&D later. Yeah, there are so many different ways of getting around it, and we'll go into the various different ways. There are some ways of getting around it that have a high barrier of entry, which basically there are some cheats to where you can have separate computers, and then you have them running sort of like parallel aspects, and then you have sort of a little device that you have in the middle that kind of connects the two, to where you can get the cheats and get your information that is internal stuff, which means that you can get wall hacked. And there's nothing on the main PC that has Vanguard that would be able to detect the cheat. And if that was the only way, then maybe you could make an argument that, yeah, you're not going to see cheats. Because those cheats would be, you know, there'd be so few people willing to buy that stuff that it wouldn't be worth it developing for those cheats. However, there are ways in which you can have undetectable by Vanguard cheats on a single computer, and then you could have another layer of protection that is the cost of a single 16 gigabyte USB stick. We'll get into that too. Yeah, because, you know, there's this idea that Ring 0 kernel level anti-cheats, or kernel level, is the lowest level. But what if I told you that there is not only level 0, but there's level -1. Whoa. No way. No way. There is a level -1 that you can put cheats on. Absolutely, absolutely incredible. And the thing is, the more levels that these cheats are demanded to go through, the more likelihood that there's going to be a lot more issues because they're getting even more levels of access and even more issues. Yeah, there are a couple particular things that you can hide the programs in. So yes, Pac-Man. Getting into Pac-Man, right? Pac-Man was their server-side anti-cheat that they had forever. And hang on. Yes, so this is one of the things that they have a strong implication for. There is this idea here that the data breach that they had made their Pac-Man useless. But Pac-Man was functionally dead, functionally gone, well before the data breach. Even according to the levels and the data that they have on scripting here, shows that shows that the data breach does not have any correlation with the increase in scripting. Because well over a year before the data breach, there were already cheats that were running rampant that really had no way of being dealt with. And as far as anybody can tell, the development on Pac-Man, their server-side anti-cheat, completely stopped. They intentionally just did not put any work into it, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, I guess it's broken. We lost the technology. We can't do it. It's gone. But obviously, you know, if you stop developing on something, it's going to stop being useful. And, you know, this happens in, you know, sometime around 2022, where they stopped developing on it. All of a sudden, in the past 2 years, scripters have been rampant in high elo. And they... what's it called? It's very convenient as a concept that all of a sudden, now that they have the solution, that they basically just allow scripters to work. And then so now there's a big justification for this stuff happening, which also goes into the idea of them blaming the data breach on things, and that blaming things on the data breach makes it to where people think, all right, well, yeah, there's no other option. Riot, of course, had to do this because there's nothing else they could do. Yes, that's also another thing, is that the Vanguard in League and the Vanguard in Valorant, effectively separate programs. People had massive computer issues that happened when they downloaded the new League patch for unrelated programs, for unrelated games, even when they had Vanguard installed for Valorant before that. Yeah, so they completely stopped any development on Pac-Man, and now they're wondering why there was an issue. And this goes into another point of even Challenger, which we manually audit on a regular cadence. That phrase right there. Provable lie. There's a player called Merskill, who was a Zeri scripter in EU West Challenger, who was at top of EU West Challenger and would have accounts that would not get banned for over a year. An entire year, these accounts just would not get banned. So, unless regular cadence means more than a year and a half of time, they did not do any manual auditing of this. And there were many pro players who went directly to Riot, ostensibly, talking about these area scripters. And like manually reporting them, manually showing them to Riot, and would not get banned. The only kind of concept, there's this one idea, right, that the purpose of a system is what it does. POSWID. Purpose of system is what it does. In that, if something is happening, you can ascribe the intent to having been the outcome. And that is the first step and the first basis in terms of if this is the outcome and the outcomes are consistently showing that this is the case, then the first assumption should be the outcome being what was the intention. So, the fact that they did not ban Zarya scripters who are in challenger games, ruining games for professional players, the professional players reported, proves, basically beyond a shadow of a doubt, that they just refused to ban these people. To also justify putting in a kernel level anti-cheat. And now, see, they weren't able to manually ban before, but now they can manually ban them. Yes, so Merskill did get temporary bans that did get revoked, but the account was never permanently banned. That is a little caveat, but the account was not perma-banned. Which is really all you gotta say. Pac-Man had a big update in September or December. Yeah, but at that point they announced that they would put Vanguard in Valorant in January. So if Pac-Man has an update in December, that would already have been at the point in which they would have committed to the idea of putting Vanguard in League. And that Pac-Man would be depreciated. Yes. Yeah, so there's some funny stuff that the Zarya Challenger scripter did, which allowed them to sort of evade bans for so long. And it was never actually just set up as here's a hardcore permaban, no exceptions. But yes, so Pac-Man functionally just had no development to it. And so all of these cheats that do get caught by Pac-Man are the super lazy cheats where nobody does the basic protocols that these scripts actually tell you to do. So scripts will tell you when you buy a script, hey, do X, Y, and Z, and then you'll be okay. People run the scripts without doing X and Y, all of a sudden they get banned. And so this is going to be what accounts for a lot of this various stuff. Here's also another thing we'll get into. A lot of this stuff isn't necessarily super important, super relevant. This is also a thing, is that people have looked in Wireshark, which is a app that detects sort of network connectivity. And Vanguard has been shown to be sending packets to Riot servers before game boot, which is something they explicitly claim here is just not the case. Which is, yeah, very, very silly. Just essentially another one of the very obvious proven lies. Yep. Yes, Cyberdeath. Yeah. Here's the fact, right? Vanguard is Vanguard spyware, right? This goes into a concept here, which we'll get into. So, no, Vanguard is not spyware, but that's the fastest way to farm retweets and content algorithms is to use words like spyware or rootkit. So, they claim that they abide by every single data protection law and they like are really serious about taking care of your data. Problem is that Riot is legally required to lie about what Vanguard does for 3 different jurisdictions. They have to lie about what Vanguard does because according to the National Intelligence Law of the People's Republic of China, Riot, due to the fact that they're owned by Tencent, anytime that the Chinese government requests data from Riot, they are legally obligated to give over that data. And the CCP can ask for data at any point that they want, and Riot legally has to not say anything about it. They have to deny that they gave any data to the CCP. And this is also a thing in that if Riot has to lie about this, because if they didn't lie about this, then they would also be breaking both EU GDPR and US data protection laws. So there's 3 countries' laws that require them to lie about what Vanguard does. Yeah, that's server-side anti-cheats are really the only way that you can deal with these things because hardware anti-cheats, there's no way for them not to be broken, even with small investments. So the only way that you can functionally break these things is putting effort into server-side anti-cheats. And if anything, the fact that Riot is putting so much effort into the hardware side where they are going to lose, all of that means that they're putting less effort into server-side stuff that might actually, be a little bit more resilient. One of the biggest things is that as soon as Valve gets their proper anti-cheat up and running, which I have full faith that they'll do, like even in the past week, there's been a lot of different bans, and I'm very confident that they'll eventually be able to get it done. Why don't we just boycott Riot? I haven't played League since August, so hop on the train, buddy. Hop on the train, pal. Yes, we riot. They riot? No, we riot. Pitchforks and torches in Minecraft. Yes, so what was I saying? Yes, as soon as Valve gets a competent anti-cheat and there is a substantial lowering of the amount of cheating in CSGO and in CS2, which will happen at some point. I'm not going to bet my life on it, but I'm very confident that will happen at some point. That will essentially just be kind of the nail in the coffin for the idea of Riot having this as a requirement. But to be fair, League players don't look at anything outside of League, so they'll never even notice. They heard people talking about like cheats, and it could be an entire year of Counter-Strike having 0 cheaters, and League players would still think, oh yeah, every other game has cheats, except for, us in our perfect bubble, in our perfect system, because, Lord Riot said that this was the case. So, Vanguard is legally required to be spyware. Also, there is a thing in that Riot said that they have shared absolutely 0 data with Tencent, and that they never even looked into the numbers of the Chinese anti-cheat, because they have their own anti-cheat over there. Which is something that I want to look into, is that whether or not the Chinese or Korean anti-cheats, if they are kernel level. That would be something interesting to look at. and sort of looking into how those work. Oh, really? Yeah. Because that's something that Riot has said that the Chinese anti-cheat team is better than they are, and they don't have to run at the kernel level, and they still get their stuff, according to Riot, better than Riot themselves. Which also, again, Riot is legally required to say that they don't give information over. Why do we need a kernel level anti-cheat? Because we stopped working on our server-side anti-cheat. What about Linux? The thing that's dishonest about the way that they talked about Linux is that there was a patch like 6+ months ago that effectively broke Linux for League. And it was only very recently, before the Vanguard patch, that Linux started to work again. Also, how likely are they to even be able to detect whether or not somebody is on Linux because people run it on Wine? People run it on virtual machines. That's the Pac-Man update? The Pac-Man update that broke Linux? Is that what you're saying? Pac-Man update breaking Linux?
Yo, this guy has some good posture, man. Good posture.
Yasuke Cow Jam.
Yasuke, go jam. Rogue idol. With the tier 3. Cow jam. Cow. Cow is jamming. Cow has been jamming super hard. Oh, yeah, there is also, like, there is this concept in that in Korea and Japan, who use their own sort of separate anti-cheat in that sort of ecosystem, that it was probably something relating to their anti-cheat that they had over there that was causing the DDoS attacks. So if you had access to somebody's Riot ID, you could DDoS them in Korea. And so any streamer, any pro player, when they were playing, you could just very easily DDoS them. And the idea was that it was probably related to the anti-cheat, and that they weren't going to work on it because Vanguard. But as far as I can tell, I'm not sure about this. Don't quote me. I have not done the due diligence on this specific point, in that I don't think that Vanguard is enabled in Korea. And they're not going to enable Vanguard in Korea because Korea has its own sort of separate anti-cheat. So yeah, it broke Linux, and then all of a sudden, after it breaks Linux, boom, no players, no players. Isn't LS in Korea? Why do you have to get it? I know that Japan had to get it because I saw a lot of posts on Japan. LS has always had NA and EU clients. Like, there's a separate client for Korea and there's a separate client for all of the other Riot ecosystem regions. And he has always had both for doing various things. So I'm not sure, guys. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to figure out how to Google that. Yeah, I would just have to get the information straight from the source, straight from somebody who's on there. This is also another thing in that we've once let cheaters submit handwritten apologies for unbans, which is... Riot has done this a lot. Like, this is something that Riot has done in general, and also Riot Light did. Of, like, there's some kind of humiliation ritual fetish that they have, where it's like, Riot will unban you, or do this for you, or do that for you, if you just beg on your knees and, like, grovel at them. Which is, like, some really weird, kinky shit that they're doing. which is I've like there's very likely a reason why they don't do this stuff anymore, because there's a whole can of worms related to that. Yes, draw art for us, and we'll give you some RP. Which, I mean, that's not as bad as, you know, groveling for an unban with please Daddy Riot, I pinky promise not to do anything bad. Yes. Vanguard is bricking keyboards right now. Vanguard is making it to where, like, your laptop stuff is not working, this stuff is not working. There are people who are unable to log into their Windows because their keyboard drivers are not working. Yes, this is the thing, in that, Curious, your issue, Riot is completely denying that issues like yours, where you are getting weird freezes since Vanguard, are at all related to Vanguard. Like, this is one thing that we'll get into, in that they are unable to take any responsibility for any issue at all that is being caused very conclusively by Vanguard, because no Vanguard, no issue. Vanguard, issue. And that they refuse to admit that Vanguard is the source of any issue for any person. And if there is any issue, it is because you are a bad person and you messed up. Always user error. Nothing to do with you. One infamous case. There were many cases. Yeah, so this is the thing. They're talking about how it was a singular driver that was bricking people's keyboards, and a singular driver that was the cause of issue. But it was people on different computers, different keyboards, different drivers, who were all having similar issues. It was verifiably not a single driver that was responsible for this issue. And yet they're only claiming that it's one of them. Oh, I accidentally opened a program, and I don't want to leak information that I don't need to leak. Help approve Adobe products. No. Hang on. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. So yesterday I set up a separate PC for Vanguard, separate from your regular network. Yeah, that's the thing, in that there are very significant steps that people have to do for fixing their tech issues. That the average, you know, Timmy Timo in Iron 1 will have no way of being able to fix it. And they're going to have to take their PC to a PC repair shop, because they will have people will not have the tech literacy to fix that. There are people who are IT professionals who are having to spend, you know, 4 hours getting League to work for various computers. Because there's so many issues with all of this stuff running. And this is also another thing, in that so many of these issues were reported. Pretty much all of these issues were reported from people on the Philippine server, which is where they were testing. And they still released it anyway. They still released it anyway. So, this right here goes really heavily into the idea of what Riot likes to think, and kind of reveals the whole game. And this is where you can verifiably not trust anything that Riot says. If you have any basic understanding of how various stuff. So, they tested in the Philippine server. Unbutton one more button? No. So, here, right? What about false positives? So, them detecting something falsely of a ban. Players claiming a false ban are in one of 7 categories. So, what they're saying is, you have to be in one of these categories. There are no other categories. There's no other potential option than the ones that they say. In order of likelihood, fictional narrative, testing a cheat on a Smurf, shared their account with somebody who cheated, queued with a booster that used cheats, account was stolen by a serial rage hacker, they used cheating software for another game, and Vanguard picked it up. They have malware installed that performs the same operations as cheats. So they're denying that there is any chance, that there is any possibility that there is a false ban from Vanguard. This is something that many tech things promise and is never true. Is literally never true. That there is any program that does not have false positives. There's this concept called Six Sigma, which is sort of the highest quality of error rate, where, you know, I forgot what the exact numbers are, but if you have like 2 manufacturer defects every 1 million products, then that's the best. That's the best that you're going to get. And even according to Riot's own numbers, that's not the case. And Riot is claiming that nobody is getting falsely banned, yet there are pro players. There are pro players who, on stream, no history of cheating, guaranteed that these people are not cheating, who did get banned by Vanguard on stream, eventually get unbanned, which proves that, you know, it was a false ban. That one singular case of that one false ban disproves this entire section of this article. Like, they are deliberately misleading you, and they refuse to take any responsibility that there is any chance of this happening. There's also another thing in that a lot of games are getting remade because Vanguard is crashing games for people and various things that Riot just sees no issue with that. And they don't even acknowledge that it's actually the case of so many games getting remade, so many games having people leaving halfway because all of a sudden it says, you need Vanguard to play this game, even though you have Vanguard enabled, and then it kicks you out. And then you have to restart. Very, very common issue. And this is the thing in that Riot took an extra 2 months to get Vanguard enabled into League, and there's still massive issues with it. Because, once again, it is a functionally different program than the previous Vanguard in terms of what they're instituting into League. Because Valorant was made with Vanguard in mind from the ground up. Vanguard in League is taking a pre-existing product with a whole bunch of little tech issues and then trying to just copy paste it on top of it. How to make the whole radio support do this, make that to make the malwares lifted, even though logs showed nothing. Wouldn't lift the sanction. Oh, yes. And they also say that Poor Professor should have no issues, yet, you know, it's obviously having issues. Also, another thing in that Riot will, going back into the idea that Vanguard does not operate as other anti-cheats do. Other anti-cheats, if there is a driver or if there is something that it detects as possibly being a cheat, it will just not run the game. Vanguard will stop that from running. Vanguard will block the driver from actually working, even if you're not like playing the game, which is just insane. If you think that the game is not secure, just don't let me play the game. You don't need to disable programs for me, like disabling fan curves. Like the drivers that people use for their fans, for their computer to make sure their computers don't overheat, Riot is telling people right now to disable their fan drivers. Which, you know, if you have the choice between your PC potentially overheating or playing League, I mean, which one are you going to take? Why is that an issue? Soon they'll tell you that Firefox is causing an issue. Yeah. So, yes, false positives, verifiably not the case. And just a proven law. Few bullets in the chamber for when, if they do not have Vanguard for Mac, they're going to need to have server-side related solutions for Mac, which means that they could use those server-side related solutions for Windows. Yeah, there are things that you can do to deal with it. So this is also another thing in that they're claiming that all of these technical issues that people are facing, their computers being bricked, computers constantly blue screening, all of these things that are happening only after, like, people will have computers for 6 years, constantly restart them, constantly do these things, never once have a blue screen of death. As soon as they install Vanguard, blue screens of death, like perma. And they are refusing to acknowledge that Vanguard has anything to do with that. Even though Vanguard is the only factor in that, they're still blaming it on other aspects. Which we'll get into a lot of the posts that they have made and all of the stuff relating to that. All right. Anything else in this article? Yeah, and the what's it called? Basically, Riot's kind of thing with this is just trust me, bro. If I was a snake charmer and for some reason the snake didn't listen, it's because the wind is too high. Yep. Also, it's the snake's fault. It's the wind's fault and it's the snake's fault. But it's not the snake charmer's fault. It's never the snake charmer's fault. Good analogy. Personal information this is also one thing in that in their announcement video, Riot Bright Moon, famed Bronze 4 developer, the way that they talked about this, and they talked about it in multiple terms, they weirdly broke up their sentences. So they would say, we at Riot with Vanguard only take the data that's the same as the data we take right now. Like, they have these weird pauses in their sentences that, like, I guarantee you they're trying to abuse some, like, sort of legal loophole with that. Which goes into the idea of they are saying that there are no computers that are being bricked due to Vanguard, because then they would be liable for those computers. So they are, like, legally incentivized to just deny any possible issues with Vanguard. And in the TOS, it goes over a lot more of various different data points that that they are able to show. So in none of these PR posts that they make, they do not lay out the kind of things that they need of the information, but they do in their TOS for the program, which we might get into. Yes, and yeah, it's just very, very dismissive of, if there's an issue, it's your fault. But yeah, so we'll look into the Vanguard updates. So this also goes into a point in that no post talking about Vanguard was allowed on the League sub at all. And even in the thread here, there's like this live mega thread, which was the only place that anybody was allowed to talk about Vanguard. And they also weren't even allowed to talk about Vanguard. I will show you right here. They've since edited this post. But, you know, you can see edits. We are aware this is the Vanguard patch. Do not use this for tech support. Contact Riot support for tech issues. They also had a link to a different subreddit, League of Tech Support, which also, you know, tech discussion is also banned from here. So you can't talk about Vanguard in the separate thing that they made, intentionally to stifle discussion. Like, if somebody went to the League Reddit, they would think that there's absolutely no issues with Vanguard, because Vanguard is the big talking point, and there's not a single post on it until this post that was explicitly made by Riot. They even included deleting rioters' comments on all of this. So, right here. This is from that same thread. Somebody's laptop is not booting at all. Right. The laptop charger is not even giving power to it, right? And this writer is saying this issue could not be related to Vanguard. And so yeah, completely denying that this could be an issue with Vanguard. Multiple people getting the same situation after patching with Vanguard must be the user's fault. Riot isn't affecting, or Vanguard isn't affecting the League in the system. We wouldn't be able to tamper with the system of the boot process. However, Vanguard starts at the beginning of the boot. So, the issue that people had was effectively, in layman's terms, there are certain settings that Vanguard is incompatible with. And Vanguard should be telling people that there is an incompatibility and not download itself. But Vanguard was not making a basic compatibility check and was downloading itself, even when it would have the information to tell you that it would brick your computer. And so people have to open up their computer, take out the CMOS battery on the motherboard, put it back on, which can lead to a lot of issues when you're trying to open up your computer. Especially if you have a laptop, you're going to have a lot of issues doing that. And if you're not somebody who's very highly technically proficient, probably going to ruin your computer very heavily. Probably going to ruin your computer very, very heavily. And yeah, every post on this, just completely deleted. Just completely deleted. And void Ganray? What is Ganray? Can void guarantee? Yes, that's also another thing. And that if you try to do all of these things and you have a warranty on your computer, warranty is gone. So, this also goes to another point in that a lot of people work from home. And a lot of people work from home on the same computer that they play League on, which is fine. It's not necessarily a data protection issue. Maybe, let's say you're not working with any sensitive data. A very common work from home software is Citrix, which is a sort of a remote viewing software that is used in a lot of companies. Citrix is a program that is incompatible with Vanguard. And like, if you have Vanguard, it will brick that program. So you are literally, depending on your job, not allowed to work from home if you have Vanguard on your computer. So your only solution is to either get fired or uninstall Vanguard. Those are your only two options. Get fired or uninstall Vanguard. And yeah, League is not worth losing a job over. But you know, to play this 2009 free-to-play game, I have to buy an entirely new computer. It's such a ridiculous ask. Like you're asking so much of the end user for what is just such a basic thing. So two things right here. Bricking hardware. At this time, we have not confirmed any instances of Vanguard bricking anyone's hardware. So, two things that are, this word confirmed, putting in a lot of heavy lifting. So much heavy lifting. Because there's no way to actually confirm a causal relationship between something. This is a general point in philosophy, in that you cannot actually confirm causality. You could run a single test, a very simple A/B test, 1,000,000 times, and you have no guarantee that the 1,000,001st try is going to be something different. You can have a coin. If I flip a coin, it's going to land on heads or tails. I can run that experiment 1,000,000 times and get either heads or tails. There is no guarantee that on the 1,000,001st try that I land on heads or tails. I could either land on the side, or the coin in the middle of the air could split and then glue itself on the inside out, and then all of a sudden it lands on the inside. There's no way to actually confirm causality. So this is like these weird little word games that can very easily be played, and Riot is very particular with a lot of things that they're saying here. Going back to the language that they've used in their sort of announcement post. So, we've individually resolved some of the major threads you've had with users claiming this with their machines, and confirmed that Vanguard was not the cause of the issues they were facing. So people's PCs did not brick before Vanguard. People's PCs bricked as soon as they got Vanguard, yet they're claiming that there is no causality between these events. And the causality is pretty fairly easy to understand, in that Vanguard was allowing itself to download itself even when it was incompatible. And it did not tell people that it was incompatible. And so it would download, and people would not be able to boot at all or get any kind of power to their computer, even in some cases. And Riot is claiming that Vanguard has no responsibility for that, even though it is very directly responsible for that. But they don't claim there's any causality there, even though it's the only sort of isolated variable that's going on. The only way to know every variable in existence is if you are literally God. And as much as Riot likes to think so, they are not God. But who would believe it? Who would believe it? Riot is not God. Despite what the average League player thinks. They're also saying that there's only 2 players that this has happened to. Many, many other reports of people getting their PCs bricked and still having no solution. Or people get their PCs bricked and their solution is that they need to replace some hardware, or that they need to completely reinstall Windows and do various different sort of extreme measures to sort of get their stuff up and running. Which also goes back into the point that bricked does not mean broken beyond repair. Bricked means that it is broken to the point of unusability. So just because something is able to be fixed with very in-depth tech knowledge does not mean that it is not bricked. Also another thing. Since they said that only 0.03% of players have reported issues with Vanguard. Now, a couple things with this. One is that most players who have ever contacted Riot support understand that Riot support is borderline useless. Also, the Riot support website was literally down for a large portion of this time. Also, how are they categorizing whether or not an issue that they're saying is related to Vanguard or not? Because for a time on the site, which I believe they've solved now, there was no actual report category for Vanguard-related issues. And somebody could be reporting an issue and not know that it's related to Vanguard or not. And people don't report. This is also a thing. And what do they mean by players? That is not something that is defined. Players could mean all people who have accounts for League. Players could mean monthly users. Players could mean daily users who have installed Vanguard, but that is not said. And what is not said, what is the unsaid, you have to assume that it is explicitly not being said for a reason. I am not interested in talking about that topic. What am I smoking? Pipe tobacco. Also, them claiming that there are downvote bots. This also goes into another thing. But yes, so their stats are very easily able to be sort of misinterpreted, and there's a lot of potential issues there. And then we'll go over that in a second. But yeah, so this is the only thread that ever had this. This is one thing. Somebody made a suggestion. Make it to where Vanguard does not automatically launch on boot. And if I want to play League, let me restart my computer with Vanguard enabled. And Riot said, good suggestion. I'll pass that to the team. They also said this in response to a Hancock tweet that advocated for the same thing. And they're talking about this as if this is the first time they've ever heard of it. Which is just straight up fucking... It's straight up just a false premise. This recommendation has been recommended dozens of times on paper in the Valorant community of the idea of, if I want to play, let me not have it on 24/7. Let me only have to restart my computer when I want to have it on. Because right now, you essentially have to turn on the computer with Vanguard on, then disable it. So it'll be on for the start of your computer versus having it to where, all right, anytime I start my computer normally, no Vanguard. I want to play a league game, let me restart with Vanguard enabled. And there is a very specific reason why they will not do that. And that is because that will drastically lower the amount of people that will consider picking up your game. Let's say you and your homies are playing random games. You occasionally would be the person who would play like, a couple ARAMs a month. Somebody recommends bringing up playing League. But you really don't feel like restarting your computer and having to go through all that hassle. You don't play League. So Riot has a direct incentive to never implement the suggestion. And they've heard about the suggestion before. And they are talking about it as if there's any chance possible that they implement the suggestion, which is guaranteed never to possibly happen. Also applies to TFT Andes. Yes. TFT, if you go on the mobile client, you can still play without it, but you have to play on mobile or on a touchscreen emulator for like BlueStacks or something. Scripting was a huge problem? Yes. Because we went over this before, but Riot stopped any development on their server-side anti-cheat. Can't you disable it on startup? Technically, but you have to have a high proficiency of knowledge and use specific software. It is technically possible to do. But it's not something that is very easily approachable by the average Andy. The simple solution that you're talking about, MCS law, only relates to the Vanguard tray, not the actual driver that's on the kernel side. To actually get the driver on the kernel side to not start up on boot, you have to do more intensive processes than just basically going into your task manager. Yeah, you have to use a other different program. And you have to disable both the tray and the actual program itself. Yes, every single issue, Riot is claiming that there is no relation to Vanguard that has this as an issue. So the TOS has forced arbitration clauses, which says that there's not an ability to do a class action lawsuit. But those don't hold up, but it does make things be more of an issue. And also the problem is that it's very hard to definitively prove that Vanguard is doing something. In the same way that it's impossible to prove that Vanguard is not doing something, it's hard in a legal sense to prove that Vanguard is doing something. Vanguard could literally melt your PC as soon as you put it on. Never have any computer issues before. It'd still be really hard to determine causality there. This also goes into another concept that is this right here. This guy, it's GamerDoc. Not to be confused with GamerDoc, the person who abused Danny, the former LCS pro player, and caused him to permanently retire and be medically malnourished. Not to be confused with that GamerDoc. Is the other GamerDoc. And this GamerDoc was originally known for starting a snitch Discord. That's how this guy got into Riot. He started a snitch Discord for cheat softwares. And, you know, we'll ask people who are in various cheating Discords, hey, let me buy your Discord account. And that's who this gamer doc is. Guy who's in snitch discords. And so he's saying that cheaters are launching a full-scale attack. Heard something about malnourished? Yes. Gamer doc, not this person, but another gamer doc, was the head of esports performance at Evil Geniuses, the LCS org, the former LCS org, and her and Nicole LaPointe Jameson, the CEO, forced an autistic 17-year-old to play against their will, and would literally go into a separate room away from everybody else while this person was literally crying, just like, I cannot play anymore. I will literally run down the game if you put me into this game. Put that person into a separate room and like force them to like really heavily like, you know, coerce them into playing. And yes, ... sheep. And that player, after their stint in Evil Geniuses, when they got home, was so like decrepit that they had to go to the hospital and was diagnosed with like medical malnourishment. For how much that player was essentially abused, and nobody thought the wiser. And you know, no issues happen with them because they're out of the LCS now, so there's not going to be any conclusion to the investigation related to that. So, Riot is claiming that cheaters and scripters are creating a large false misinformation campaign, trying their best to get Vanguard removed. So they're essentially saying that cheaters are making fake posts as a way to give false information about Vanguard, which the implication that they're giving here is that you should assume that every negative post about Vanguard is somebody who is a disinformation agent giving you fake information about Vanguard. As in, LSX. LS is a disinformation agent. 2 of his computers got bricked because of installing Vanguard, updating the leak patch. And he is implied to, you know, be the disinformation agent. So here's a couple of posts that they're saying of people in cheating discords of, you know, let's keep the PSYOP rolling. And so this is to plant the idea that any negative talk about Vanguard is assumed to be scripters. That me talking right now, I am a disinformation agent who is a scripter who is trying to get this removed. So, a couple things about this is that Riot themselves, especially on this, has a massive PR campaign and very heavy incentives. They have the League of Legends moderators on their side who are deleting any post about Vanguard, right? Any post about Vanguard instantly deleted. It is very unreasonable to assume that it is only these scripters who are running a disinformation campaign. And that I guarantee you, full stop, allegedly, I guarantee you 100% of the time, allegedly, Riot is also having their own sort of disinformation agents who are making sort of false claims and trying to guide the narrative. This is just a fact of how large narratives with large companies and large entities work. Like, there is no political discussion in the world that does not have both sides having paid shills and bots. And it's going to be the same thing with Vanguard. There are people who are disinformations on one side and disinformation agents on the other side. Also, it's GamerDoc, the guy who ran the Snitch Discords. There's this concept called Co-Intel Pro. the idea from Lenin, in that if there is going to be an opposition, it's better for us to control it. So just throwing this out here as a possibility. Very possible that this little it's gamer dot guy who regularly has these kind of manipulative aspects within the cheating Discord. He could be planting these types of ideas to make the anti-Vanguard side look silly. For example, there's this idea that Vanguard was taking full screenshots of people's browsers, which is, as far as anybody can tell, not true. So this is the idea, right? It's GamerDoc. Tells people to propagate this narrative in a very easily impressionable way that Vanguard is doing something that it's not. So that Riot can say, hey, Vanguard isn't doing this thing. This is a silly conspiracy theory. And now all of a sudden, any discussion of the idea of Vanguard being an issue is all now painted under the lens in that this is likely disinformation by somebody. And it's very easy for Riot to do this. Like, this idea of Riot, Vanguard taking screenshots of people's entire computer as opposed to the window that the game is on, very easily could be something that Riot is propagating themselves so that they can easily push it down. This concept of COINTELPRO is essentially the norm in any kind of contentious discussion. It is just the planting fake information and then debunking it is the best way to make your side look like the just cause. So this also goes into next topic. Is Vanguard unbypassable? Yeah, you can't escape the feds even in a Yasuke stream. Yes, I'm smoking tobacco. Tobacco. That's not fun. So Riot doesn't screenshot outside of the browser, which is the which was the contention. That's kind of the entire point of what I was saying. But yeah, I'm medicinally smoking tobacco. I explained it earlier in the pod, but yeah, just understand that it makes sense. So how would you bypass Vanguard? First off, there are already currently many bypasses that are actively working for Vanguard, where you can have cheats running without Vanguard and easily bypass these things. And do it in a way to where Vanguard is not active, therefore it is not able to detect your cheats. Though there are currently those things that do exist. However, those are things that can get patched out. Those are things that are not evergreen. But let's pull out the paint again. Two things that you can do, right? All right, let's do this. Get your little computer right here, right? Here's your computer. And you have your little laptop. A little scuffed, but yes, this is a laptop. Trust me, that's a laptop. All you do is have little brushes, freeform. Little wire that goes from here. You get a little device right here and here. And all of the cheats are wall hacks are on this computer. This computer has Vanguard installed. This computer does not see any cheats. This computer has it, and then all of the cheats are running on this computer that does not have Vanguard enabled. So everything is okay on the hardware side here. So Vanguard would have no detection of that. However, this does involve having another computer and this device, which does cost money. So this is untenable for a lot of people, right? So all right, so that is one option. And the argument is that if this was the only way of cheating, then you're making it to where cheating requires such a large upfront cost that you're going to see a lot lower cheating. However, there are a couple other interesting, funny little types of cheats you can do. So, string level kernel. Got this right here, right? These are the various levels of security. And right now, as it stands, the idea is that the cheats were running on this level. And so Riot needs to have their software, Vanguard, at this level too, right? But there is another level lower that you can go, right? And that is, how would I even visually explain this? So there's a little ring right here, -1. And what you can do is you can inject your cheats into Windows itself. And you can get this to happen with a secure boot with TPM 2.0. You can have cheats that are registered as a Windows driver. And Vanguard has no ability to detect whether or not that is fine. All Vanguard sees is that there is a Windows driver here. And this goes into the difference between external cheats and internal cheats. So external cheats are like the Vanguard one that we talked about before, where you have characters that are a certain color, and then you have your crosshair, which when it sees a pixel of a certain color, boom, it shoots. That is an external cheat. It does not require any in-game data. Problem with League is that you are very limited in what external cheats can do. The only thing that you can reasonably do for an external cheat is space gliding. So when you have the Twitch with 3.0 attack speed with lethal tempo, where he's clicking back and forth and he's kiting you with perfect precision, that is something that can be done with just basic pixel bots. That is not something that is very complicated. So all of the real juice is things that are internal cheats, as in things that read the game data from League and show that outside. So when you have so internal cheats are what you want. And if you have Windows where the script is running inside of a Windows driver, you can have internal cheats that do not get recognized by Vanguard and cannot get recognized by Vanguard. So the only way that you can detect this is through server-side detection, which are things that Valve is working on. This is a level that... This is another level that functionally hardware-side, client-side anti-cheats cannot operate on. Client-side anti-cheats cannot detect this type of cheat, right? So this functionally means that cheaters can get past Vanguard with low investment. And then there's also another level to where you can boot from a USB, which gives you another layer of protection when doing those types of cheats. So there are multiple layers of protection that you have. So as soon as those cheats get developed, Vanguard is bunk. On the basis of it being able to detect things based on its hardware. And this will go into the thing in that Riot is now incentivized to be able to manually ban people more than they were 2 years ago. Because for the past 2 years, they basically refused to manually ban people permanently. Because that helps justify their idea of putting in an anti-cheat. So now it's like people for the first couple months of Valorant talked about, hey, wow, Valorant has no cheaters. Vanguard works. And then Riot admitted that Vanguard wasn't even enabled, was not even active for the first several months of the Valorant release. So all bans that were happening in Valorant at first were manual bans. And it's just that sort of perception game that's sort of there. And that if people are manually banned, now all of a sudden people will attribute those manual bans to Vanguard, which is something that they could have been doing this entire time, and they did not do it. Which goes into the thing in that if Vanguard does not solve the issue of stopping internal cheats with low cost, which is something that Vanguard does not do, all Vanguard is there for is to be on your computer 24/7 with kernel level access. Which, as we go into it before, Riot is legally obligated to hand over any data that the Chinese government wants at any point, and they have to lie to you about it. They are legally required to lie to you about the data that they give. So when Riot says that they've never given any data to the to China, they there's no way that they could say anything else. They're legally obligated to only say that. In the similar sense of any issue that people are having in this thread of, you know, blue screens of death, computers being entirely bricked, getting no power, having tons and tons of crashes, all of these things. Riot is essentially not allowed to ever actually admit that any of those issues are because of Vanguard. They're always blaming it either on the user error or on some other unrelated driver, and it has nothing to do with Valorant. The reason your computer is bricking is not because Vanguard is interrupting the boot cycle. It is because of some other unrelated third-party issue. This also goes to another thing, and that people say, hey, yo, most people don't care about this. Most people don't care. They're just going to enable it. And, you know, all of these people who are talking about negative things, they're just the loud minority. Right? Okay? People are saying that, you know, all of these people that are having issues are just a loud minority. They're just scripters who are running a disinformation campaign. They're just salty people who don't know anything about tech, and they're just dumb, illiterate rednecks. Like, that's the kind of sort of spiritual idea that's sort of being evoked here, right? Just want to make sure I didn't accidentally open something. But I did a little bit of research, right? So sites like Lolalytics can tell you how many ranked games are being played. Like, they only detect ranked games, so it's limited data, but there is some data on the amount of games that are being played, right? And I did a little bit of a comparison on champions who didn't get any changes, champions who are mainstays, champions like Lux, Yasuo, a couple other champions that are didn't get any changes, have consistent levels to play. And I did this for many different champions, right? And from Thursday to Thursday, same day of the week, the game count, the smallest change in game count that I saw was 15%. There are as low as 15% less ranked games being played this week compared to last week, up to 28%. And this depends on the region. This depends on the ELO that you're looking at, ELO brackets. But week to week, 15% to 28% less games are being played, which is just showing that a lot of people don't like this. And with the Reddit mods literally being in Riot's pocket and functionally working for Riot, Riot removed their own forums and made Reddit the official forums. And the League Reddit mods have been known to leak information to Riot about things that Riot should not have knowledge of. And they've also signed NDAs with Riot and also taken handouts from Riot. And a lot of them probably hope to be getting hired by Riot one day, because there was one mod that did eventually get hired by Riot. So these people are, playing up to Riot's game, denying the fact that there's any issues with Vanguard, to, hopefully one day get hired by them officially. What kind of data is being collected by PCs? Yes, there are PCs that install Vanguard and that are unable to turn on, having no issues, or having no power coming to them. What's it called? Yeah, PCs that are just entirely unable to work. And they can be made to work, but they require very high degrees of technical knowledge. So let me shout out to the old boy, Richard Lewis. Is it this? Zerpy adoring Chinese spyware, downloading on 8 different computers to show his love. Sure does love it. Sure does love it. Yeah, they do see your browser history. Your browser like, Riot says that they only take the data they need, and in all of these PR posts, they never actually explain what data they take. Yeah, I'm looking for the little TOS thing. That is a little bit, we talked about that before, but that's not a, that's not really, it only takes a screenshot of the game itself. and the overlay of the game. I know basically in their TOS, I'll just look at the video because I can't find it. Good old Ricardo Luis, a guy who, if you say his name on the League subreddit, you will get banned. And they claim that they have never banned people for that. Even though it was happening for years that people would get banned for that. Good thing I only is play games and Google how to overtake China. Yes. CS Legend? Yes. The host of the desk of the most recent major. Copenhagen major? I think it was Copenhagen. Copenhagen or Antwerp. One of those two. So yes, yelling in a camera, faking the voice. So this is how they're storing the info for all of the voice. So yeah, they also detect data from anything that Facebook uses. So if you like any sort of fan page on Facebook, Riot gets that information. If you have a friend who was a cheater, then Vanguard will, or Riot will have the information that Vanguard was, or that your friend from high school was a cheater, and there's that connection to be made. Yeah, I mean, so basically just essentially your entire internet information, like what you're sending packets to, et cetera, et cetera. Whether or not you get a new GPU, your browser history, your preference settings, which I mean, those two alone, like essentially everything you search up is there. They do make those claims, yes, and that if you duo with a cheater, that you will get banned for 180 days. But yeah, so those are some of the basics of Vanguard. Couple of esports, yes. Yeah, bunch of articles on this. And I've also seen things that I will put more work into verifying. But Vanguard is tampering with unrelated game files from other folders that have nothing to do with League. People are having all of their startup programs, so every program that they have on startup, just not starting up. And people are having performance issues in other unrelated games and crashes in other unrelated games. You download Vanguard, they say that Vanguard basically just does nothing. But if you have Vanguard, no League running, you play Battlefield, you could have performance issues or crashes in Battlefield that are related to that. Or that only happened after you installed Vanguard. This is the one right here. And you know, Riot will say that any of these things, including LS, is a disinformation campaign by scripters. Yeah, it's the thing in that Riot saying that the rollout has gone well, and we've seen Vanguard functioning as intended. Yet, like, you'll see people who will go through 5 games being remade. I mean, yeah, with how much LS spams the F keys, like, he'll probably get tagged as a scripter, you know? Vanguard is functioning as intended. So people having their PCs, Rick, unable to draw power, is functioning as intended. We've been following a lot of the Vanguard conversations that have been raised either here or on other social media platforms. There are no Vanguard conversations here, as in on the League Reddit. Every single one has instantly been deleted. There is no conversation here. Very, very silly. He's back. Indeed, indeed. Yeah. It's just very silly little word games that Riot is playing and people are playing with Riot. Like, we have not confirmed any instances of bricking. Category has been dark and darker this entire time. Holy. That's cursed. Can you send this link? Yes. Yeah, we already talked about all of the stuff, but yes. It's as if they are legally mandated to not talk about it at all. Yeah, that's kind of whack. I was in the dark and darker category the entire time I was talking about League. Very tragic. Very, very tragic. Yes, guys, alive, indeed. What is in the pipe? Tobacco. Some English Buckingham tobacco. Riot is real loosey-goosey with that term scripter. Like, 1 in 5 games was scripting / botting, which also includes all of the co-op versus AI games that have botting going on. And may or may not include those botted accounts being played in, right? Goes back into the point that I was having before, in that if Riot is saying something a particular way, it's because there's a reason for it. So if they're saying that less than 3% of players have reported issues, the fact that they're not defining what a player is, and the fact that they're using reported issues, there is a reason for that. Yeah, we lost the technology to make replays. Remember when Riot said that they would not have sandbox mode or a practice tool in League because it would cause negativity? Remember that? Also, this goes into another thing, in that Valorant does not have replays. The way that you detect cheats is through replays. The game was made for the intent of being an esport. Esports require replays. So, what's it called? I guarantee you the only reason that Valorant does not have replays is... Yeah, such a good point. I had a joke, and then I forgot it, and now I just remembered it again. I'm a genius. So, Valorant has been for years saying things like, hey, we're going to add replays. A couple years later. It's not a priority. Oh, a couple years later. Oh, we're going to add replays. And then it's like, oh no, we lost the technology. We can't have replays anymore. They're constantly pushing back and having we're going to have a new mission to get replays. A couple years, or year of silence. We're going to have another mission to have replays. A couple years. We're going to have another mission to have replays. Over and over and over again. 4 years, no replays. It's clearly something that is not... It's not just not a priority, it is actively a dispriority. because their game was made from the ground up as an esport and did not have replays. There is a reason for that. Dark and Darker is going to get replays before Valorant does. Valorant does not have replays. I had some health issues, and I'm explicitly smoking for medical related reasons. It helps with my symptoms. Which is very nice. Yeah, so everything points to the idea that they wanted to have Vanguard installed. No, it's not. They wanted any excuse possible to install Vanguard from the start. Ha. Oh no. Yeah, it's so crazy that there are 3 different games right now. As far as tobacco smell goes, this is very pleasant. Also, I have a fan. I have 2 different fans. I have an air filter right here and a fan right here that is going to this window outside. But I can't abandon Trynd. Yeah, that's the issue. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. They don't rework Tryndamere because of that. Why are game companies running it down? It's actually crazy. So, Escape from Tarkov, they released a $150 thing, which said that all future DLC will be yours. And then they released future DLC for a $250 expansion. And they're like, oh no, this isn't DLC, this is a feature. This is a feature. And there's a lot of pay-to-win elements to it, which actively change the way gunfights can be played. Yeah, for the longest time, up until I got this clay pipe, I was using a weed pipe that I was given like 10 years ago for it. But this is such a nicer experience with clay pipe. Ghost isn't removed, but Lethal Tempo is. Yeah, I was using cigars, but pipe tobacco is not only cheaper, but it's also more modular in the sense that I can smoke as much as I want. Whereas with a cigar, I'd be only smoking a little bit at a time, not a full cigar. So I'd be wasting a little bit by heating it, then cooling it off, and heating it, then cooling it off. Let's, once again, something we showed in the beginning of the stream, but we will show it again. Here's cat. Tree cat. Convenient location that is perfectly within my vision radius to where you can chill under the tree in shade and still see me and still feel my presence. So this cat is chilling out in the front yard and I always see him. Very beautiful cat. And yes, this is right outside of my window. If I jump out of my window, this is what I am greeted with. Yeah, this is what I am greeted with. Cat's just lounging. Cactus equals a 5G antenna. You know, I've literally seen those being installed. Is 5G antennas in like fake cactuses. It's everywhere. It's literally everywhere here. They disguise those are disguised as so many different things so that they're not sort of being there. Because the functional aspect of 5G is that they are shorter waves, so you need a lot more sort of output devices everywhere. Because they are stronger waves, which is why they're better internet. They're stronger waves, but they have a shorter radius, so you need to have them much more densely than, you know, like radio waves can be like really, really long. Like there are microwaves which don't bounce off of everything, need direct connections, that are shown to have like 300-mile detection radiuses. Just a little interesting fact. I do still keep up with League. And yes, especially after Lethal Tempo is gone, I would be using Phase Rush. Step 1v9. Highly recommend checking him out. He is basically my spiritual successor to League, and is doing a lot of the things that I would be doing right now. And that he's also doing a lot of the invades that I was sort of famous for. He is very much the guy holding down the fort. He is that guy. New PTA is probably what a lot of people are going to run on top, and a lot of the people who are going to be complaining that Tryndamere is useless. Yes. Weaponized autism. Yeah, Essence Reaver is dead for a lot of the main champions that used it. Hello, Quinn mains. Yes, that is Varus Aurelius. Yeah, that just does go into the thing, and that Riot is just obviously going to take the... Yes, dodges are included. Dodges are included. Which are, you know, very, very hefty in high elo. Monkey. Wash your cat. I do need to wash my cats. Me to Riot. Also, Riot to you. Riot to its entire League player base, and a large portion of its League player base to Riot. He's literally me, for real, no cap. He's just resting his eyes, thinking deeply. He is absolutely not going me, and dreaming. Yes. This is my favorite account, like, ever, honestly. It's just good. Modern situation. Oh yeah. Is there any other point on Vanguard? Yeah, so basically, Riot is lying to you. They're legally required to lie to you. Very likely have their own disinformation agents. And they're actively suppressing and denying any possible negative issue that is coming with League. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's actually not true. That also goes to another thing. I suppose the only good thing is you can easily uninstall Vanguard fairly... you can fairly easily uninstall Vanguard. Yeah, that's actually not true. Some people can install it very simply, but other people are having to use third-party software to uninstall it. Because the basic Windows stuff is just not uninstalling it at all. It's very hard for a normie to actually fully get it uninstalled. What? What do you mean, what? You mean just resetting the PC? What do you mean? Like, actually uninstalling Vanguard is not something that is very simple to do. Which goes into the thing in that there's so many of these tech issues that are made to where unless you have very high degree of competency, you're not allowed to do the things that sort of get rid of the stuff. A friend said, I've set it to not start with my PC. Yeah. Yeah, like it is functioning as a malware. Like just literally functioning as a malware. It's very hard to get rid of. And it is sending packets at times where Riot is claiming that it is not sending packets. Riot says that it sends no packets unless you are in a Riot game, but that is factually just not the case. This is so good. This is so good. This goes into a thing in that search algorithms these days, I've noticed that it is becoming so much harder to curate your feed. These feeds. Alright, this is no. I mean, yeah, one of the main guys who's talking about this is what's it called? It's GamerDoc, who, like, his entire accreditation for the longest time was literally just running a snitch in Discord. He's not a very competent guy, yet he's acting very demeaningly. I don't know the word. The guy is acting like he's a 16-year-old Redditor who just found out about 16-year-old Redditor who just found out about atheism and absolutely hates any aspect of religion and feels like he has solved every single aspect of the world. And that he is very positive that he essentially knows everything about how the world works. As the 17-year-old who just who just got his first degree of sentience. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with that whole Genshin thing because I've kind of seen various different things. Yeah, so that's also another thing in that Vanguard can detect packets that are outside of your computer. If I have Vanguard installed on this PC, everything else on the network can be seen by Vanguard. Which is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Which ostensibly would be the idea of feed your cat. Of the idea that you should be, if you want to get these cheats, you have to have, 2 ISPs. That screenshot thing is not as cut and dry. We've talked about that before, and that's actually possibly disinformation that Riot put out to easily debunk. What did he mean by this? They got hot? Yes. These eggs were cooked. They got hot and then they solidified, which is what eggs do when you expose them to heat. Fun fact. Fun fact.
keep going. Bert. This is stop.
Vert, sit.
Bert, sit.
I put both hands out. He's like, I love you, bro. You know what's best for you, bro. Somebody's got to complete the challenge.
This pause, keep going. Bert, sit.
Just put your hands out and say which one's which.
This is keep going. Bert. This is stop.
Vert, sit.
Bert, sit.
Bert. I love Bert. Yes.
Go, reel it in.
Yeah. This is just some this is some genuinely beautiful stuff. I'll also go over a couple other things.
Go, pull it. Go, pull it. Reel it in. Reel it in. Go. Reel it in. Keep reeling in. Reel it in. Fight it. Go backwards. Pull it in. Pull it in. Keep going. Let him do it. He got it. Woo! You got your first fish. High five. Go, pull it.
Immediately, like, doesn't even deal with the fish. It's just like, yo, I'm gonna go tell my mom. Yeah, it's beautiful. Hopefully not the last stream on the topic. Yes. I'll probably do another stream on this. Organizing my thoughts. And there will be a video that I put out, which I probably will record off stream. Just going over everything. And, not only will they be my content with this, but, it's possible that there's some other big things in the works regarding stuff about Valorant or Vanguard that we'll see. There's some interesting plans in the works, you know what I'm saying? YouTube copy strike. That's why I'm not playing anything I don't need to. Wise men say, see you later, alligator. I don't want to buy a pipe now. Very nice. It's like hello. Yo. Does he back your talks are unique? Yes. Cover a couple things. Is Yasuo okay? Linen. This is full linen. My shorts are not linen right now. My shorts are cotton. But I've kind of just been finding that I've not been treating my linen well. And a lot of my shorts are starting to get like tears in them. See you later, alligator. What others want from you is mostly to be seen. Let others know you see them. I mean, it's always less. It's less of a prediction. It's less of a prediction. It appears that catnip may have been involved. Mood. Yes. Still on carnivore? No. I've discovered the value of having good quality carbs and sugar. And especially relating to sort of stress management is the biggest thing. What do you play nowadays? Dark and Darker, if there is any game that I play. And Peglin. We'll play some Peglin too. You should be willing to look foolish at first in order to look like a genius later. Yes. Perhaps we owe everyone a second chance, but not a third. There's no formula for success, but there are two formulas for failure. Not trying and not persisting. Pipe tobacco. Awesome. Yes, their subreddit is heavily astroturfed. The remakes and PC bricking are intended, Jed. Indeed. Message retracted. Oh no, I didn't even see that. What carbs am I eating right now? Raw honey. I make my own tortillas and white rice. And raw milk. And organic orange juice. Yes. Funnily enough, the issues that almost killed me coincided with me not having consistent access to raw milk, and I drank a lot of pasteurized milk. And that caused me to lose 55 pounds in 2 months, be on the verge of death, and be losing gallons and gallons of blood a day. Pasteurized milk almost killed me. Yes, was related to that. My gut was so used to raw milk that having dead milk caused a lot of issues. Caused a lot of issues. Yes, I did need Trindle. I mean, I was literally bedridden for 5 months. I had a hard time, and so it's really just kind of getting back into it. But yeah, it's a lot of yeah. What I'm doing right now and what I'm looking to get more of is doing editing work, as that's something that I can do at home with my issues and always always close to a toilet, if you know what I'm saying. So many things are situational based on what your goals are, what your body is, and what you are trying to accomplish. Also, what the quality of your ingredients are. Try inhaling the tobacco. I mean, I used to literally fully inhale into my lungs when I was doing cigars. Yeah. So one time before I left to Oregon, I had inhaled an entire cigar and held it in. It's like in my lifetime, I've probably smoked about 5 grams of the ganja, of the weed. And I always had this kind of idea of like, I want to get the most out of what I have, right? So I want to get it all the way into my lungs. And then hold it. So that I would buy 1 gram. And that would last me for like 6 months. A single gram would last me 6+ months because of the way that I would be using it. And so that's how I used cigars. And I got one of those like real fat cigars, one of the like big ones that are like real thick. I did that to an entire cigar. And I was like, hey, you know what? I'm doing pretty fine right now. I could probably go for another. A couple minutes later, before I do another, I'm in the bathroom and I'm sweating out of every single hole imaginable. And I'm puking. I'm like every single orifice is leaking, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That was a lesson not to inhale cigars when before that I had only ever done that to a third of a cigar at a time. I'd only ever done cigars in thirds. I'd never done a full cigar, regardless of whichever way I'm doing it. Update video for YouTube? Yes, that is the idea, is to also do a video about where I've been, what's going on. Bro, the song is stuck in my head. It's so annoying, mofos. When they realize they're literally under the curse from a spell. Yeah. I mean, that's the concept that's talked about is the idea that, you know, what's it called? Yeah, what was I saying? It's concept in the Bible that the devil inside of himself has instruments to deceive you. Like that's literally a biblical concept. And like the whole concept of rock and roll is the idea that, you know, you're selling your soul for rock and roll. And rock and roll is also a euphemism for sex and drugs. Like, if you think about what a spell does, right? Like, you know, you get music that, you know, you're uncontrollably convulsing to, you know? You're letting the spell sort of work its magic on you. See? I can't help but, like, be under the spell, you know? Tryndamare's gonna wish they had you? Yes. So I mean, it's basically just like, you got step 1v9. He's the guy. He's been doing some phase rush games in the PBE. He'll be the guy to look out for all of your Tryndamere needs. He's literally me. He is literally me. Oh yeah, it's so good. If only this was true. Bitch is getting the real food. Ah, it's over. This goes into one thing. Many people are claiming this to be their wife. Pig. There's no context in which you should ever be talking about your wife that way. That is just absolutely unacceptable. This whole idea that you see from media about the idea of like, oh, you go down to the pub and vent to your boys and like talk about the old ball and chain, you know? Like it's just straight up like evil. That is not any disagreements, any issues that you have with your spouse should be taken up privately with your spouse. You should never be putting that into the world. Not only just for you and your wife and your relationship, but for other people. Like, what are you signaling to other people? Also goes into this. Let's do a little bit of a listening. A little listening into this. This is just great. This is just great. 70 IQ Englishman / Irishman. This guy is literally me. 70 IQ. Explains how he kept his job at McDonald's.
In today's video, I'm going to tell you how I managed to keep a job at McDonald's with an IQ of 70. If you're one of my regular viewers, you'll know that I used to have a very low IQ. I have been working on it for the last year and a half. I've been rehabilitating myself, but in April 2019, I just got fired from a job in construction. I worked as an apprentice carpenter for 1 week, and I got fired. Alright, so that was a bit of a setback, but I didn't want to keep me down. I didn't want to let that minor setback keep me down, so I did some research. I knew at this point that, you know, I had a very low IQ and it was holding me back in the workplace. So, you know, I did some research, and I researched fast food jobs, and I read somewhere on Quora that you'd either have to like get caught stealing from the company or not show up for shifts in order to get fired from a job like fast food. So I said, right, I've got a chance here. Because the standards are so low in fast food, I have a chance of getting a job and keeping a job.
Yes,
Now, my
I'm
goal
not backing it
was
well.
not to get promoted.
So I just recently got this clay pipe. I was previously using this, and I understand how to use this. I'm learning trial by error about how to use this better.
Promoted or be good at my job. It was simply to keep a job in fast food, to get my contract extended at the end of the 3-month probation. Okay? And I think a lot of it comes down to mentality. Alright, so my mentality was, you know, even if I don't get my contract extended at the end of this 3-month probation period, that's fine. I'm not going to give up. I'll get a job at a different McDonald's restaurant, and I'll give myself another 3 months to get the hang of the job, because in Ireland we have this thing called a 3-month probation period. If you get a job, you basically have 3 months to get the hang of the job, and if you haven't got the hang of the job at the end of those 3 months, the company gets rid of you. If you have got the hang of the job at the end of the 3 months, they keep you on. So yeah, that was my mentality. You know, if I get fired from McDonald's Carrickmines, get a job at a different McDonald's, and give myself an extra 3 months to get the hang of the job. Alright, so the thing is, like, most people, if they got fired from McDonald's after 3 months, they'd say, "Oh, it's not my thing. I'm not able for this," you know. And that's the mentality that keeps people down. Okay, so I got the job at McDonald's. I knew it was going to be a struggle. It was a struggle, more of a struggle than I thought it would be. The work was very difficult. I was trained on chicken batch and grill, and they're probably like the easiest stations in McDonald's, not apart from the lobby. But you know, I found them very difficult. It took me ages to get the hang of basic concepts like which tray do the chicken nuggets go into, which tray do the chicken selects go into, stuff like that. And also speed. Can you keep up on a busy day? Can you keep up on a Saturday? You know, can you keep demand going? You know, and I worked very hard, and things went well. You know, at the end of my 3-month probation period, I was called into the office. You know, the store manager at McDonald's gave me my 3-month probation. He's review. He said, "You're not the best. You're not the worst. You know, you struggle with the pace in the kitchen, but so I think we're going to give you, we're going to make you do more cleaning tasks from now on." And you know, so it wasn't a great performance review by any means, but I got my contract extended, so I was delighted. You know, that was what my goal was when I got a job, when I first got that job at McDonald's. Just keep the job, get the contract extended. I managed to do that, and it was difficult. You know, it was head wrecking. I get migraines at the end of every shift. You know, and because it took me so long to get the hang of chicken batch and grill, they would just keep me on those 2 stations and lobby. So when I was working at McDonald's Carrickmines, you'd only ever see me on 3 stations: chicken batch, grill, and the lobby. Okay. Now I work in a different McDonald's. And you know, I've been working on my IQ for the last year and a half, so of course my IQ's higher. I find the job easier. You know, I'm able to do fries now. I'm able to do the line, handy enough. And yeah, that's one mistake I made when I first got the job at McDonald's in Carrickmines. I feel like I should have worked on my IQ as well, on the side. So, as I mentioned before, all I had to do was read for 20 minutes a day to improve my IQ. So, yeah, I would have worked on my IQ as well as work at McDonald's if I could go back in time. But you can't change the past. So yeah, look, if you have an IQ of 70, you're not unemployable. There are some jobs you can do, you can keep. You just gotta work hard at it, have a very good work ethic, show up for all your shifts on time, and just push yourself on every shift. You know, like you look at McDonald's, a lot of people there, they show up late, they do a lot of no-shows, they call in sick a lot, and you know, so a lot of the people there, they just don't take the job seriously. Like, you know, a lot of the people who apply are 16, 17-year-olds, they're in school, they get the job, they might work there for 2 weeks or a month and then quit. Because of that high turnover rate, the standards are very low, and that gives low IQ people a chance of keeping a job there. So always keep that in mind.
So yeah, this guy. So yes, he was 70 IQ before he did anything to improve his IQ. And this idea that you can't improve your like you can lower your IQ. There are things that you can do to lower your IQ. There are things that can happen to you that will lower your IQ. And if you get rid of those things, you can improve it. And this is just great. It's like there's this idea that if you're below 80 IQ, you are not capable of working any job. And this guy was 70. This guy's 70 IQ when he's working this McDonald's job. And all he's like, he is focusing on the things that he can actually control. There are a lot of people who are, 40 IQ points higher than this guy. And they're getting fired. And you know why this guy isn't getting fired? Is because he's actually putting in the work. He's actually staying there. And he is committing to the task at hand. This guy's character, absolutely insane. It's just incredible. Like, he's working very hard and very diligently. And he's not letting things get to him. And once again, having this idea of like, if he gets fired at this McDonald's, he'll just go to the next one. And he'll get another 3 months to work on his craft and become more diligent in the sort of work that he's doing. So, yeah. Real inspirational stuff. Very, very good. Yeah, so, what else is there? I think that I went over most of the points that I have on Vanguard. Maybe we do a little Dark and Darker playing. Is Iggy open to any Dark and Darker? Or, maybe play a couple solo games. You are gaming? All right, we are gaming. See if I can get any trios set up. I'll be back in a second. I'm also going to refill my carbonated water. Yes, be back in a second. other cat came over to say hi. Here is other cat. Look at him. He's a beast. He's a very impressive cat. The other one outside is named Strider. This little guy right here is named Bjorn. Very, very impressive cat. He's got a bunch of little stickers in him. I need to get those out. Because, you know, if you stick a sticker, it's stuck. If anybody understands that deep cut, if you stick a sticker, it's stuck. Good name, indeed. Yeah, sure. Sure. We will look at a league clip. Alright. So, full AP. Moonstone. What is that eel? Okay. I'm not even going to pretend to understand. I just accept it as what it is. Some kind of weird res thing. That wasn't there in my arena. Oh, okay. I thought this was the like surviving after the circle left. So what is the circle of death? What does that even mean? $1,400 yield. 70% of your healing to deal damage. Oh, I see that. That's insane. Actual LMAO. Just pressing Q to heal? Alright, that's insane. That is insane. Alright, so we're gonna play some Dark and Darker. Which is the newest non-league game. For a game that has been taking. Haha. It was fun. Indeed. I do imagine it to be so. It's actually Bayorn. Bayorn is the spelling. Okay. Since I just tuned in, I would very much like to hear what you say about the whole Vanguard thing. Is there a chance this will be uploaded as a VOD to YouTube? This is a VOD to YouTube. Since you are on YouTube, right now, you can scroll back to the beginning. And at the beginning, I was talking about things that aren't related to Vanguard, but it's fairly early on in which I did talk about Vanguard. Probably will put that in the VOD itself. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Oh yeah, I've got to mute you on stream, so I don't hear you and me.
Yes. I gotta turn you down just a little bit. It'll be good. We turn off our Skyrim, and then I would be intending to get into low gear crypts.
Low gear crypts. All right.
We got less than a minute. Are you geared up for that?
Manage that. Yes, I am good to go.
All right.
Oh, you're winless maxing.
Yeah. Since they have like base gear everywhere else.
Oh,
Yeah.
holy shit.
We're still good. We're still good.
I looked over on your stream and I just see 5 winlesses.
Yeah.
Oh, only 4. Only 4. Got it.
No, it's 5. It's 5.
Is it 5?
Yep, it's 5.
Yep, it's 5. Sure
Yep.
enough. I tried it on my cleric earlier,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know if it's for lack of resourcefulness or whatever. It didn't feel as good, really.
Yeah, like the equipment speed. It's something that you have to learn how to like manage properly. The biggest tech with this is that like once you equip these, you have your bow out. Yeah, you shoot the guy, and then you can immediately swap to Felling X with no resourcefulness.
The other problem is that I did just straight up whiff the first windless bolt, so that never helps.
Yeah, that's the thing is that always just trying to keep the range, and then if I hit 1, I'm good. If I hit 2, I'm great. But if I miss, I'm just gonna reset. Because especially with Felling X, it's really easy to traverse the map and then just go from healing trend to healing trend. And then you fight in the areas where you have healing trends. So I can always just reset. But, you know, when I shoot all 5 crossbow bolts, if I don't... It takes me legitimately, like, 40, 50 seconds to get a reset.
Oh, I should have swapped to 10 spell. I had the, well, I guess I didn't have time to set it up.
Yeah, it's all good, it's all good.
Yeah, I rolled the rest of my multi-classing, and I got Ignite as well, so we can ramp up the buff ball even harder.
Very nice, very nice.
Switching to a whole new crossbow is faster than reloading your limited capacity magazine. I believe it.
Yeah. Switching to your pistol is always faster than reloading.
That's right.
Hang on. I gotta get some water. You open the door.
Yep.
It's also nice
The
to have...
part where it would be... Oh, he's still here. I was gonna drop a funny for the stream. I was gonna say this would have been really funny if I didn't bring a ton of mobs into David right now, right?
Yes. I have Savage Roar. Just FYI. I forgot. Didn't have time, but I also got to set up for... What's it called? Yeah, just outside of solos taking second wind instead of Savage Roar. But yes, I am full naked, so I can use any gear upgrades.
Sounds good. There were some rugged boots and leather cap in that barrel I broke.
Yep. Oh no. Boom. Ah, this is so good too, but lizard.
Go west, I think.
Yep. I'm gonna want to be doing a little bit of just a little bit of gearing up, a little bit of just looting before we commit to a fight. That's an interesting spawn. I'm gonna open this door to our west, just for fallback.
Mobs are cleared here.
Yep. I'm gonna kill this X Skelly.
good pants here for you.
Yep. Nice. There's one thing is like inventory management is a struggle when you already have 5 winlesses.
You guys spawn at 4 square in West. Oh, you're clearing that out.
I'm just clearing out to give us some room.
Muted right now?
Am I? Am I? Yes, I am muted. I'm not muted anymore. But yeah, I'm just
Makes
clearing.
sense.
I'm clearing back to give us a fallback point.
All right. Crossbowman's on us.
Just look west. Not seeing anything. All these bats are still up, so
Mind your pockets.
yep. I hope somebody doesn't steal my windlass.
You know how confused I would be if I was pickpocketing and my inventory was just filled with windlasses?
Yeah. I'm gonna go across the bridge.
Okay.
Top bridge, so as to not aggro the zombie. Oh, players.
Player across.
Yep.
I do have fireball. I have haste and yeah, just haste.
It's windless time.
Bad on you. I'll take care of it.
I move west. Fall back. Spiders. That's hard to hit him from the other way. They don't seem like they want to fight.
That's me aggroing Skeletor.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a great push. I'm down to just hold our space here.
Yep, they're eventually gonna have to push into us. Or go around some way.
Yeah, we have a perfectly fine comp to Ghost King as well, so I don't mind going with that.
That's good.
They will have to come into us for zone.
Yep.
One on me. He's not pushing. He's to the right.
Yep. So that means they're gonna commit to this way.
Yeah, he's terrified.
Archer on our back.
I'm just gonna keep him zoned here for now.
Yep. I'm here. Windless. Hug left. I'll give you room if you need to fall back.
Okay. I don't want to aggro spiders either.
Oh.
He's right on the stairs.
Alright, windless time.
Back up. Oh, rogue on me, rogue on me. Yeah, sure.
That was a long stealth time.
Oh, that's not a kill.
Ah, tragic.
That's tragic.
Yeah, I didn't see what their other teammate
Oh,
was.
there's some lobby combining going on here. There's a gold duo in here.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we were just in the high tier. Yeah, probably. Let's look at everybody. Yeah, perhaps.
Ah well.
Yes, Dunkmaster. This is the thing in that there is a lot of this. And what's it called? Yeah, any negative aspects of Vanguard is being effectively censored so that you wouldn't even notice that other people are having issues. Which is kind of the point. Yeah, less than a minute, and it'll be 3 minutes to queue up.
Okay.
If you look at the... Hang on. Yeah, you can easily scroll through the YouTube bot to scroll back to where we talked fully about Vanguard and everything relating to it. So yeah, that's where I'd recommend going. Tech cam. Oh, yeah, that's the proper cam. Okay, yes, these are the proper settings. Also, Dunkmaster, we will have a full, like, properly edited YouTube video. This is more or less like a stream to just kind of talk about it and more properly organize my thoughts. Also to get some feedback from other people on things that I'm saying, which is very valuable. Got a minute to queue up if we want crypts.
All right. I will be good to go in just a sec.
Minute 30. So, you good?
All right. I'm ready. Go ahead and select it.
Oh, it's it actually goes from ice caves to goblin caves. So if we wait a minute, then we'll get crypts. Cat is on the move.
What the Strider doing?
Why is he so stealthily sneaking?
Oh, he's on to something.
Yeah. I just saw him slowly going. Looks like he just wants to chill now.
All right. dungeon has been changed.
Yep, we are good to go. Yes. Level 100 sneak. Censorship are indeed very nice feeling. Doing that since 2022 from my first one. Anything else since? Yes. All right, what are we working with? This guy is hardcore optimizing his build. It's got all the greens and blues with plus true magical.
Oh, he's gonna hit like a truck. Yeah.
Yeah, people pushing to us, that's the play. That's the play that we're going for. What happens if you press do not redeem? Nothing. Absolutely nothing for 90k. So, enjoy. It actually just looks so smooth. Out of stock? Get wrecked. Well played, well played. I didn't even know that, yeah. It actually literally does nothing, because it can't exist. Yeah, we're back in the Dark and Darker category. Entire time I was streaming on not that. That's a great room to clear, so get some starter stuff.
What the hell?
Time to clear. Call me open. You have a wonderful sleep. GG's. Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't die, I don't have res.
Don't suppose we have any lockpicks.
Nope.
Alright. Ooh. Free AP. Yeah, and I am capable of wearing a helmet now.
Do you have boots for you behind you?
Yep. How convenient. Got some lockpicks.
Nice.
Ooh, good neck.
Oh, that is good.
Just casually a 12 health necklace.
We want to go south or east?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go south and then get to pyramid.
All right. That's a great point.
I guess. Weapon mastery. I can use throwing knives. Will you clear toward that? I'm gonna check library.
All right.
Just poke my head in.
If this crypt has boss room, I do need to go there for a quest.
What? If this crypt has boss room?
Yeah, the boss room with the champion and the wraith.
Okay, okay.
It's got the same floor pattern as like the Inferno boss room or whatever.
Yep. That's a little ranger.
Flash the ranger. Directing the wizard. Pasting you.
Got a little trap here.
Mind the trap, mind the trap.
Oh, what? Let me heal for a second.
Okay.
Can you get these bets?
Yep. The warlock's healing up. Trap's gone. Only have one fireball. I have all my holy strikes. The warlock's gonna be full health.
I'm gonna push the other side.
Yep. Ah. on me.
Coming back.
Oh, he destroyed me. Zapped at about half my HP. I did Holy Strike both of them.
Yep. And I probably should have said on your side. They probably heard the flank and then pushed.
Yeah. How geared were these fellas?
That was the ranger that had the like full true magic.
This guy's a wizard, and he's got life drain and Hydra.
Ah, yeah. I thought he was the opposite of a warlock with the spells. All right, it's back to duos. We have
Less than a minute.
yeah.
We'll just go base.
Yep. Well, I mean, base, quote unquote. Yeah, that's the thing that's sort of the main attraction of this idea is that, like, going in with 48 gold, like, that's just kind of matterless.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the thing is that, like, making sure that we're both on the same page with that.
Yeah, I still have all the stuff that we got the one night. We killed the warlock that was like super geared for no reason.
Mhm.
Remember?
Yeah. Whereas, like, just the warlock geared and all of his homies weren't. Our Freezy, I'm like vaguely familiar with the name, but I don't necessarily know the streamer. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's put League for Dark and Darker. Dark and Darker has so many League players in it. It's insane. Like, trying to manage so many different things.
I'll look away for 3 seconds and this man's on 1 HP.
Yep. I got a Crusader Hill here for you.
Let's go fishing room.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Actually,
sit.
I need to open these tombs.
Good point. I would describe Dark and Darker to somebody new. Essentially a extraction shooter like Tarkov, where it's session based and it's like Fortnite, but it's like a battle royale. But the gear that you get, if you live, you can bring it out. So the idea is to, whoa. The idea is to gear up, get stronger, and fight both other people and PvE. Plus 2 capacity fence.
I'm glad you distracted the chat from the fact that I just lived on 1 HP.
Yes, yes. And the coffin, plus 2 capacity fence.
Hey, what's
Oh,
up?
hello.
Hello, hello.
Welcome. They're going in pretty ungeared, so don't gear up too heavily.
No gear high rolling.
Oh, whoops. Booted up the test server.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing I did with League, where I'm on one account and then I want to switch over to another account, and then I log into the same account 3-4 times. It's that a muscle memory. And done the same thing with the test server of accidentally loading up the test server like 3 times. Yes, it's a battle royale where you don't have to be the last one to live, you just have to escape. And there are various methods to escape.
I feel like after every patch it takes longer and longer for me to get past the loading screen.
Hmm.
I'm gonna kill this mummy and then sit. I have no spells.
Sounds good. Yes, I played Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction, and I beat it on like Inferno or Hell mode before I went to kindergarten. Parentheses, I just went into lobbies with other people while I did the quests. And so I effectively got carried through it, while also doing a summon necromancer build. Yes, you risk everything that you bring in. Since you die if you don't get it back. And then, you know, stronger the stuff you have, the more likely you are to survive. Yep. Looks like we're going southwest. And of course, now that I'm streaming, we got the helicopters above us. Sorry, it's not too infrequent where there's just helicopters that are just circling around.
Oh, rogue on me!
I'm here. I'm gonna go for the warlock.
Killing myself. I fireballed myself, man. Directed the warlock.
Yep.
Rogue's trying
Be
to find me.
venomized. Can I get through? His friend dead.
Oh, my fault.
Plug in.
You
Have
do?
one more
I'm
winless.
dealing with mob.
Yep. I think he's stealthed.
Grabbing meds off his buddy. I have nothing. More players. More players.
Yep. Backing off. Heading back
Flash
east.
the rogue. Oh.
Crossbow
other
on
guy's
you.
me.
Try to go north.
Yep.
And
I'm just gonna
we'll
run for
wrap
stabbing,
back
I
around.
think. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. Oh.
1 HP.
1 HP.
Yep.
I want to
Alright.
see this rogue die. Nothing would make me happier.
Indeed, indeed.
It's like all I died to is stepping on landmines in this game. It feels like.
Yeah. Landmines just go crazy. Alright, here's what I have to do. I don't want to have to reload all my winlesses, so I just sell them and buy more.
That's so stupid. I love it.
Yeah.
Give
Player list.
invite.
Got you.
3D players. Thank you, sir.
God, I have no room. Oh yeah, we'll just keep the boots.
Don't forget to change the map.
Yep.
I guess I can infinitely re-roll now, so I probably should. But I don't even know what I'd re-roll for. I don't think there's anything worth replacing Jokester for.
Yeah, let's go in without the hat. Yeah, going second wind. And we'll get a poor campfire. He lives. Hello, Nick. Nick. Main topic of the day. You can just rewind the button. Get all that info. Alright, I don't want to play Ice Caves, so we'll wait 2 minutes.
All right.
I guess we could play as caves.
I don't care.
We
I
could
have
just
no
wait.
preference.
So what's the rogue setup you're doing? The spear
Yeah,
backstep stuff.
I'm a spear guy. I stab.
Yeah.
And I shoot.
Do you have robust?
No, I doubt what I have robust.
Yeah. If you were gonna replace Jokester, that's what you would replace it with.
That's a worse jokester. My goal is to not get hit.
Yeah, but you know, range.
If I'm getting hit, then I've made a mistake.
Mhm.
I didn't corner peek. I didn't backflip enough. You know,
Yes.
I backflipped in the wrong direction. That's why I got hit.
Nah, I gotta put these boots away. They're too bis.
If it weren't for so many other things being busted, I'd be surprised that you didn't see more people running backstep.
Yeah, it's just too skill intensive, as you could say.
Yeah, it is. But it's a better sprint. Like, you will never backstep towards someone and not catch up to them.
Dungeon has changed.
Yep. You know, pick trios and
Yes.
get us gone. Okay.
Oh, almost queued us up on Brazil.
Yeah. Not do that.
It makes a lot of sense if that's what I've been accidentally doing. With
Why were you on Brazil?
probably like, you know, the issue that often happens on patch, where you gotta. Yeah, everything looks doable here. Yeah, because last game we had only had 2 other duos in it. So it's probably us just queuing on Brazil.
I'm just playing anyway.
My preferred path is going up here.
I'm dead.
I do need to kill a giant spider for quest.
Yep.
Okay.
Also got a kettle hat for you.
Come here, dude.
There's also some low boots here. I cannot pick up.
Gloves here.
I cannot pick up both.
Where are the boots?
Boots are right there. Also pick up his hat.
Not too bad you do well on all of those. Here. Biggie, right here. Over here.
Thank you.
Let's go west.
A gear ring for you. I'm gonna put it in the chest. Did you get your spider?
Yes, I did.
A spider broke the chest that I was trying to open.
Are you guys trying to boss here?
We can, boss.
Oh, players here, players here.
Player getting trapped. We'll go.
I have a shrine. I have a shrine.
I got this. Heal. I'm not peeking that. I think I still hear him there.
Blue light on that's on the ground.
Spider incoming.
David, you need to get in front here. Like front line.
Open the door north.
Opening.
Oh yeah, they're bossing.
Okay.
Yep, they're both here.
Get one. Down below.
I second
Down below.
winded.
Bottom, we fell down.
A couple of windlasses.
Yes, they went on the other side.
I'm going up.
Hit him. Watch out.
Yep.
Yep, let's don't lose ground. We can't lose ground over here. Coming with you, Iggy.
They're on me, they're on me.
Yep. They're fighting it. It's two teams. It's two
Can we
teams.
get up?
Or he's
Get up on elevator.
Go up, go up, go up.
Yep, go into elevator. I got. Okay, take it.
Yeah,
I got it. I got it. I got it.
On me, on me! Splash two of them.
I'm dying. Oh! I bought time off two of them. That bard's low.
Hmm.
It's a two teams. We should have backed off. Oh, that's unfortunate. Did they kill the other team?
Don't know. Oh, I did 0 damage.
Yeah, it looks like the other team died. This guy's got 30% PDR.
This guy also has some wolf hunters.
Purples, yeah.
That feels like a lobby connection moment. Because there were teams with no gear.
I mean, we fought it.
They gotta
freeway.
get this game on Steam again, man.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna have enough player count to actually be able to make gear-based matchmaking work.
Yeah, I mean, this is why.
Otherwise, every single lobby is just gonna be exactly what we just ran into with like min-max builds.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why I'd rather have the thing that they intimated that they were trying to do. which is
So they're not consolidating the queues. I said this. I think you misread that. They were thinking about it, and they've determined that not consolidating the queues is the way to move forward. They could change their mind on that.
although the tests are ongoing. That
Yes,
was the phrase that I was looking at, and that they are not planning on doing it now, but it's not off the table. That was
it's
my
not off the table, but like it's Iron Mace. They're not going to make that decision for like 6 months. That's not something that they're going to do anytime soon. Let's get some.
When is Iron Mace gonna add a dwarf race? Minus 30 regular interaction speed, 80% mining speed. I mean, yeah, that's the way you do it.
I have a necklace of peace and a frost amulet that are literally the same thing. I'm set. Alright. All my extra greens on. I can't fire this time.
And we can just write the extra minute and we'll get into crypts. And 15 seconds. All right, ready when you guys are ready.
Yep. I re-rolled. I have ignite now.
Very nice.
I have ignite and haste.
If we have if we get wiped again, I'm gonna swap classes and reroll.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's ways better. Got Chappelle for you.
Thank you.
There's another spawn in northeast corner. Probably just hit that.
Ring on him. Ring on that mummy.
Door's open.
They might have gone through the. They went through the line that area.
Yeah, yeah, straight south. Oh, I saw the zombie. I'm tripping.
Yeah, they went through. They went through the trap.
Time to get landmined. I'm here for it.
Oh my god, I had 2 traps. We gotta back off. I gotta get health.
Heal David.
Come here.
Resting for a bit.
I had a wizard. Warlock wizard.
Good with one more pot now.
This trap right here is disabled. Drop the torch on it.
Pushing me. He's backed off when he saw you. Ranger.
This ranger is a bit geared, I think.
I'm pushing the ranger.
Warlock's on you.
Collapsing on the warlock.
Dead.
Wizard dead. Ranger, watch out, longbow. Hit him in the leg.
In the leg too. Dead. Rangers.
I'm pushing the other guy. Oh, I'm done pushing. I got double hit by the archer.
Too many
One
mobs.
more hill.
I need one of you guys to push, deal with this archer push. I get longbowed, I die.
Cooking a sank. Come here, David. It's another team. It's another team.
Back off, back off.
Yeah, we run. We run.
Yeah, run.
I also want a campfire, so we just go north and campfire.
No door.
Yeah. We have door here.
We should be good over here. Yep. Camping here.
No, inside.
I don't think they're chasing us. We're good.
I'm gonna go scout.
I do have to reload all my windlasses.
I'll get it done.
Legendary Bardiche on this guy.
Yazuga is back. Indeed, indeed. I mean, I could use that instead of my felling. I could use that instead of my felling.
Yeah, yeah. It's all you.
Alright, I'm at the other body. We got looted mostly. Wait, are you guys coming back this way or are we going
Yeah,
somewhere?
I'm coming to you.
Yep, yep.
Okay, they're going south from where we ran away from at the beginning.
Pretty good Bardiche too.
Okay. No traps here. Yeah,
So
they went south. Yep. Oh no, they didn't. I don't know where they went. I heard them fighting, but they have to be north then. Watch your ankles. Coming this way. I think they went through this door. Yeah, stuff dead over here. Shrine taken. Yep, it's over this way.
Yep.
Locked. I have no lockpicks.
Go around. Yep. Yeah, they're probably at boss room. Yep, looks like they went south from boss. Aggro anything. We know if that team had a rogue.
No
Didn't
idea.
see a rogue. Could be wrong.
West?
hear him.
West, west, west.
Yep, west. I got exploded. Healing.
Alright,
To the right one.
let me reload.
I think we have them separated.
Yep. I think there's
Straight
two.
ahead, one's to the right.
I think it might be two teams.
Let's
think
go
that-
left.
Yeah.
Straight ahead one.
Yep. One dead.
Team east. East, east, east.
Back up, back up, back
Back
up.
Do with this east team.
We're not gonna collapse on, so we push those guys behind us. I'm going around to the right. Oh. Going around.
Oh, no. I hit the warlock twice.
I hit him H twice. Wizard hasn't healed.
Oh, I don't have judgment up.
Another team.
Wizard's healing. You're 2 seconds on judgment. Warlock's healed. Damn. You just get out. What you can. They're gonna push you in the hallway.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You can Bravo. No, yeah, you have that on your back. Did you have the static
Deals.
back by northeast?
Got a shrine there. Oh, too dangerous. Yeah, you can take the static if it's up. It should be it. Looks like it is.
Hooray!
Very nice.
Oh, that's my quest done anyway. Take it.
Because you got the escape, which is good.
Explore the dark ritual room A location. Howling Crypts must escape. That didn't work?
Dark Ritual Room A is the Lich. So that's an Inferno.
Okay. Oops.
Campfire. I'll bring lockpicks this time. Alright.
You got about a full minute. Whoa, my bad.
What's up?
Just played really loud audio.
Nice.
Okay, we can queue up now, or we can wait another minute for crits. Your choice. Iggy.
Let's go crypt again.
Sounds good.
We'll see how intense focus feels.
Yes. We're
You ready?
good to go.
Send it. I like that.
Well,
That could be clutch for like sinking mid fight as well.
yes. Well, Ranger just ate a biscuit. What's up, Mr. Face? Very nice, very nice.
Got a knowledge tape for you, Iggy. Got a purple Viking sword for you to
No thank you.
dropping it in. Okay, and +1 all dex cancels if you want some.
Gladly. I want to go straight west.
Sounds good.
Probably ignore this room too. I'm gonna sit.
Make sure there's no jewelry on these bugs and then follow. A knowledge ring.
See a little Phoenix Joker to my left.
Knowledge ring for you, Iggy. Dex ring for you, Dib. And then I got gloves and boots if you did need them.
I will take gloves.
Like boots.
Rings under the boots.
Where'd you see a Phoenix Joker, David?
Watch out.
I have it on me.
Like a dagger.
Did I get-
Coming up.
Alright.
Like a dagger.
Got a good Zweihander, so that's what I'm gonna run. So yeah, there's a spawn to the west.
Okay. Done. You need to heal. You have no health. There's a health shrine over
Yep.
there if you need to go hit it.
I'll take the shrine. Hmm.
Low boots, Iggy. 2 knowledge capacity.
2.
I hear him, west.
Clerics running purification.
Ready to go.
Open the door.
Yep.
Off him up, big. Get shot at.
I'm gonna get the wizard first.
Wizard left.
I hit the ranger. They're down.
Oh, they do a lot.
He's low.
Nice.
Oh, oh.
No, 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 no. I'll fight a full health fight with you, bro. I win that. Bye-bye.
Yo, alright.
Fuck you, bitch. Alright, Iggy, where is your body? Let's res you.
By one of the pillars.
Do you have, res?
I do not have res.
Unfortunate.
I think you just walked over me.
It's Yasuke. Iggy. David, find a res shrine.
Yep.
Everything's on your body. I suggest healing yourself ASAP in case we get pushed. I'm gonna drop your chest piece on the shrine.
Best res would be going west and then south.
No, David.
Yeah, we have the zones, so we can just get the res and then get the loot. Ah, yeah, I was unmuted. So yeah, go west and then go south. And we have the zone, so we are good.
Okay, I'm gonna grab some meds off these guys if I can.
Some decent cleric here off of this guy. I'm
Physical
having.
damage, physical damage. Ooh. Do you want those? Actually, you take these. These are you, Iggy. Those
Could
are
you
all
get enough knowledge to get res? Or do you not have res at all?
I do not have res at all.
Alright.
I'm gonna take that strength ring if you don't take it.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that's a huge come up off this cleric.
5 agi. Ooh. Three physical damage. It's better. Blue spear. Thank you.
Okay, you got David's heart.
I have a start. Yep. 3 physical damage. 3 physical damage. Wow, this guy had a lot of stuff. I left lockpicks on him. I don't know where the third body is.
Oh, it was
Just res me, and then we can get the rest.
Where are you?
Go west from north. Go northwest. Not through there, through the other one.
I mean, it shouldn't matter.
It is just... It kind of does. So yeah, it's south of this.
I'm full on gear. Half of it's David's though.
What's up, Stormzy?
Get the archer anchor.
Should just be south there.
Nobody here. Okay.
And if you can drop a campfire too.
Yep. Heal him. Let me get that.
What else? What else would I play? But barbarian. Got the little barbarian with the rush strats.
Here, take some random rings. And give them back.
Alright, any campfires?
Oh yeah, I got it. Okay.
Oh, no. That entire time you were not watching watching me.
HP, David, I don't know why you're napping.
I have second win.
Oh, that's true. That's very true.
Yeah, no, we were watching the rogue.
I'm heading back to
We're watching the rogue.
Opening these reds.
I died real early into that
got one
fight.
blue down here. Although I'm empty in room now.
I'm super down to go red here.
Yep, same.
Yeah, I want a red.
Alright, so all 3 of them died down below, right?
Correct.
This guy's looted, he's got nothing. His body, I got his boots. Oh, here, I'll put your boots back on if you're coming to grab your stuff. David, your body's over here by me.
Yep.
I think we just go back to where we just were and take those reds.
This body. I don't know where the third guy is.
Let's see, there's one fella right here. He has basically nothing.
Okay, yeah, that's the cleric.
Extra
They
campfire.
eject
took
shit.
off him.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Yep.
Yes.
Let's move. They don't have a lot of time. Yeah, they didn't have much left on them. Actually catch up to you. Backflipping, interesting. Alright, I'm taking red.
Mhm.
Instant sanctuary.
Yeah, Barris, he's abusing the hell out of multi-classing is what's happening.
Yes, I mean both
I
of
mean,
us.
everybody can get exactly what they want now.
Yeah.
You just have to roll for an hour.
Well, that's the thing is everybody is yeah. You have to
Yeah.
have a 5,000 gold to get the precise set of rolls you want.
Oh yeah, it does have a gold limit.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we wipe, I'm just gonna switch to Thorn build.
Absolute degenerate.
Please help.
I've got its Y hander. I'm not much use here.
Scary. I don't think.
It's also Warlord,
I have
so
like 10 plus magical healing.
yes. This is Warlord, so we can just clear.
Do we need to clear anything specifically? You guys
Not
need
to my knowledge.
Or just
I think I'm set.
Yeah, I don't think I need anything specific.
I don't have the map up, and I'm not gonna bother pulling it up.
I do have lockpicks. We can go up.
I'm gonna go south and west. Hit up G's room.
I don't have light for this guy.
I have one torch. I will throw it momentarily.
I'm going in for this.
Match the hilt of the sword, yeah.
All good. It's a nice cape. Grave Essence on him if you need it.
Don't think I do.
That's all you.
Oh.
Agi boots, not worth it.
I can use the boot upgrade.
That's a bigger Agi, they're not fair.
This thing's a poison damage. It's weird.
Leggings aren't bad.
This would probably sell. For the only ones here, I guess I can drop one of these.
Watch out. Bandage.
to south, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going southwest for cheese room.
Sounds gonna be north middle. I gotta have one knowledge, one damage ring. For anyone in here if you want to dig it. Magic game.
Oh, sure.
Back up. Probably not better than what you got. It ain't useful for me.
Yeah, that one cleric had a 3 magical healing, 3 mem capacity.
Yeah, he had really good shit. Oh, I took aggro. I'm gonna take him upstairs and kill him.
Okay.
La-di-da.
This is the time out of all times to critique my PvE damage taking.
I have another, I mean, I just accept it at this point. I have another knowledge cape if you wanted it.
I might be able to make room for it. David, you want to drag all that nonsense to G spot?
Casting speed, action speed.
Buckler on there.
Let's see.
Go deal with Hecarim.
Yep.
Berserker's also there. Yep.
Berserker.
I can get Hecarim.
You got Berserker, Iggy? You good?
Yep. If I can get up here without wrecking.
And help it.
I'm good. If you can get the archer, what's up top?
You're not good. You do not have him.
I'm gonna bolt him again, I guess.
Oh, hurry up, please.
Yo, what is up, Long John?
Alright, we gotta go through corner room and then north to start securing portals.
Yep.
Yep. We don't have time to loot any more of this. Got that right there. Oh, you're doing that.
An hour workday. Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Oh, is that guy not dead yet? Oh, it's another one.
Zone is closing.
I got this 50 to clear ahead.
It's another berserker right here too.
We have one blue in this room.
One blue here. Gonna drag a dog.
Player, straight
Flyer,
north.
yeah, flyers, flyer. Spotting up. Go right, don't aggro the berserker.
I have like no heals. I have
Careful,
sank and that's all I
berserker's
got.
coming close.
Berserker's on you.
Aggroed. Berserker is aggroed.
Close it a couple doors deep.
I'm shooting at him, keeping him busy.
Not pulling more shit.
Okay, you got an archer on you too.
Got 2 windlasses on him.
I'm super dead. I need to get through it.
They're pushing.
Close door,
I'm
close door.
falling back into zone. We have to push them.
We can go through
Campfire
boss.
right now. Campfiring right now, so you can get spells. But we have to push them like immediately. Because we need portals.
Starting to close. I have heals.
Yep. Alright, I'm right behind you. Just push it. We don't have time. One blue here. I'm gonna open it.
They're in here fighting demon.
Yep. Go, go, go. Get in that door.
There's a Y-hander swing. Pushing hard.
I'm gonna try to steal this blue. You
Okay,
guys can
Clark
backtrack
dead,
for the
Clark
other
dead,
two.
Clark dead.
Pushing this guy with you again.
Guy's up top.
He's
I'm
dead.
coming to him.
You got
I'm
him.
opening portal.
He's trying to take a portal. He's dead. Alright, we have
Good
3
for you.
portals.
Okay, we got the portals.
I'm full. Do we have 3 portals in here?
No, there's the
no,
portal
no,
behind
There's
us.
back in the other room.
Okay, okay.
Also, we have the new one that's gonna spawn in a second.
Alright, checking this cleric.
I'm gonna loot the guy that you holy striked up here.
Got some gold off this fella.
I mean, sure, I'll take some ruby silver.
Almost
Time
time
to
to
go.
go.
Time to go.
I've got the portal that's on me.
You have 2 up there?
Yeah, I've got this one over here.
Okay. I got mine. I'm out. Nice work.
Very well played, very well played. As in, they got low doing the berserker, and they got really scared, and they just peed their pants.
That was a very big come up.
Yes.
Stack of 5 ruby silver
Going for.
goes for 300.
Demon blood. 40 a pop. Cool. I remember that being more.
I'm not sure if the demons. It's because it was for
Oh, is
Demon's
that
Glee.
the treasure request too. Nice. That's treasure request done. Interact golden door.
I have a gold key. But I don't have that quest yet. Who has that treasure? That
Treasure after you do the bangle quest.
Yeah, I got.
still need bangles.
I have that quest too.
I wonder if one of us does it, if we can all get it.
I don't think so. I think it is one at a time because like you have to personally interact with like
I
the
mean-
chest with the chest quests, which are also interact quests, work the same.
Okay.
You wouldn't be remiss for saying this is Diablo 2. Very, very inspired. Very inspired by that game.
De-gear a little bit.
Hmm.
So
I'm just thinking.
I'm ready.
It's ice caves right now.
I mean, do you want to wait 6 minutes?
Yeah, I guess we can go now.
I'm gonna
Unless you wanna
drag us
call
into
it.
high. I'm gonna. Yeah, it might be a good idea. I'm gonna drag us into high Q unless I heavily de-gear and I don't really have the room.
All right.
Okay.
I'll put on some better stuff.
I just de-geared.
No, I'm saying it's probably good to
Just gonna
just
call
call
it
it on
here.
a win. Yeah, call
Yeah.
it on a win.
Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds good.
Yep.
Alright,
I'm very
that's
hungry.
Good
GG's.
way to end. GG's.
Yep.
Yeah.
See you later, guys.
Yimps. See bros.
All right, GG's, fellas.
All right. Well, that was some Dark and Darker. Next stream we'll do, and we'll do like a little bit of Dark and Darker along with like the whole talking about whatever's on the mind. I'll show you guys probably the most insane strat that there is. So yeah, talks about most of the stuff regarding Vanguard. So if you guys just go back into the VOD, you guys can see all of that. Yeah. We will have a more in-depth video on all of these topics, which this stream was really good to sort of organize all of my thoughts, and a lot of you guys helped with getting additional information as well, and to sort of clarify a couple points there on things that I'm not super particularly sure about, which was good. So thank you guys. See you guys all next time. Probably get a little Vanguard video out at some point. See you guys next time. Goodbye and good night.